I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors for Thursday, September 10th, 2020. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll and establish a quorum?
Yes, good morning. Supervisors Frost.
Here.
Kennedy.
Here.
Natoli.
Here.
Peters. Here. Cerna.
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Thank you.
This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel, on the Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T UVerse cable systems. The meeting is closed caption and is webcast at sacmetrocable.tv. Today's meeting will be repeated Sunday, September 13th at 6 p.m. on Channel 14. This meeting is also broadcast live on KUBU Radio on 96.5 FM, and a DVD copy is available for checkout from any local library branch.
Thank you. If you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, another announcement here. In compliance with the directives of the County, State, and Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC, this meeting is live streamed and closed to the public. Temporary procedures are subject to change pursuant to guidelines related to social distancing and minimizing person-to-person contact. Of course, we do welcome verbal comment by phone. To make a verbal comment on any item on the agenda or an off-agenda item, you can dial 916-875-2500 and follow the prompts to be placed in queue for a specific agenda item or off-agenda matter. Please refer to the agenda and/or watch the meeting to follow along to determine when is the best time to call and to be placed in queue to make your public comment. You may be on hold for up to an extended period of time, and your patience is greatly appreciated. When I open public comment for a specific agenda item or an off-agenda matter, the clerk staff will begin transferring you into the meeting. Each agenda item queue will remain open until the public comment period is closed for that specific item. Again, we thank you for your patience. In addition to verbal comments, we also welcome, of course, written comments. You can submit those by email at boardclerk@saccounty.net. That's Sac County, SACCOUNTY. Your comment will be routed to the board and filed in the record. And then a little bit further housekeeping. So, of course, we concluded last evening's hearing at midnight on the budget after taking considerable public comment. I think we probably had, probably close to 120 folks that called? I'm guessing.
Somewhere around that 100 number, yes.
So I coordinated briefly with our CEO this morning before the meeting. Just in all fairness to staff, to give them all the time that they need to respond to some of the questions and suggestions that were made by board members late last night. What I'd like to do is take up the IHSS budget item this morning, as well as the CIP, before we return back to our deliberations on the budget. So this morning we will start with IHSS. And again, as a reminder, we did close the public hearing on the budget last night. So, of course, people are welcome to call in relative to the two agenda items we have today, as well as off-agenda matters. So we will begin with IHSS.
So we're starting with your IHSS. So you are acting as the In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority. Approve the In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority fiscal year 2020-21 revised recommended budget.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is John Kozitsa. I'm the Executive Director for the Sacramento County In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority. And I'm here this morning to present for your approval the fiscal year 2021 budget in the amount of $2,730,249, as it's included on your attachment A on the packet. It's worthy to note that this budget is fully funded by the state and federal funds, so there is no local funding needed. Absent any questions that you have, I would like to request that your board adopt the recommended budget as it's presented on attachment A. And if there are any questions?
Okay, very good. Thank you. Supervisor Natoli?
Yeah, good morning, John.
Good morning.
Just excuse me, when we adopt this budget, this is for the authority that provides obviously the training and some of the screening classifications for those folks that are qualified providers. But I just thought it'd be helpful to note that actually with the provider payments, then what's the total? Do we have like a $20 or $30 million budget then for provider payments, which is separate from the authority's budget?
Correct. The provider payments are within the DCFAS budget.
Right.
And they're not included in this particular.
Right. And do you know what the number is?
Off the top of my head, I want to say it's hovering around $40 million, and I believe it's reimbursed by the state and/or federal.
Well, not all of it. We have a local match, and that is my other question.
Correct.
What's the local match on that?
We're looking at that.
We'll look it up.
Because obviously, the number of providers obviously has grown. I think obviously it reflects some of the aging elements in our community, but also I think keeping people at a lower level of care within their home, remaining independent with folks that can provide both family members as well as others.
Supervisor, we're working to get that number for you right now.
Okay. And that is a general fund contribution, is it not?
That is correct. We have exceeded the MOE for the last 5-6 years, and number escapes me, but we'll find the number. It's
Okay.
in the budget. We budgeted that number.
No, I know you have. I just wanted to get kind of the reflection. If we talk about this item, we're going to pass on. We pass on very quickly most years, and will now. I just wanted to point out that there's a companion component to this that is actually the provider payments, in which we participate significantly with those dollars. So, okay, that's my comment. Thanks.
Okay. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone signed up to speak on this?
No, we don't.
Okay. Any other questions by board members? Supervisor Peters?
Oh, no, I was turning my microphone on to
Okay.
make the motion to approve the budget as presented.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Just waiting on an answer here for Supervisor
There you
Antilli.
go. Go ahead.
So with regard to the IHS provider payments budget, which is in the county's general fund, total appropriations for this fiscal year will be $121,322,000. It's funded with $67 million in realignment revenue. This year, we were able to not use net county costs because we used realignment revenue, and the rest is federal or state funds.
So there's a significant amount of money every month. Basically, we're the payroll agent for all the providers. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's now $121 million annually.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Peters, a second by Supervisor Frost. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
All right, very good.
Okay, so for item 2, you're acting as the Board of Supervisors, and this is for your fiscal year 2020-21 5-year capital improvement plan adoption.
Good morning, Chair Cerna and members of the board. My name is Colin Bettis, and I am the County Debt Officer. The item before you is the revised 2021 Capital Improvement Plan. The CIP includes revisions primarily to take into consideration project funding that shifted from the last fiscal year to the current fiscal year for project spending that was originally projected to be completed by the end of fiscal year 1920. The presentation of the numbers will compare the fiscal year 2021 CIP that was presented in April as a projected CIP that was then submitted to the Planning Commission for review. The Planning Commission has found that the projects are consistent with the general plan, and now we are asking you to approve the CIP as revised. Section by section, I'll go through a little bit. The airports has an overall decrease of 20.8 million due to projects being deferred to future years. County buildings and capital construction has an increase of 26.6 million, primarily due to reprogramming of funding to various projects that did not get completed in the 1920 year, and an additional 7 new projects that totaled $2.9 million. For the libraries, there is a $2.6 million increase, again, primarily due to reprogramming of funds for various projects that did not get completed in the prior fiscal year. This year, new to the CIP book, we've added a section for the Mather Community Campus. There are currently no projects listed under this section at this time, but upon completion of the facilities condition assessment, projects will be identified for future inclusion, and that may come in either the CIP amendments throughout the year or in the next fiscal year CIP book. For the next section, we have regional parks. This one is a $761,000 increase, primarily due to receiving increase of funds through the Gulf Fund grants and Measure A. Transportation is a decrease of $12.5 million, primarily due to reprogramming of funding for various projects that are deferred to later years. Waste management and recycling, a decrease of $441,000, primarily due to deferring projects. Water resources and drainage, an increase of $504,000, again, primarily due to reprogramming of funds for various projects that were not completed in the prior fiscal year. Water resources and water supply, an increase of $4.7 million due to reprogramming of various funding for projects that did not get completed in the prior fiscal year. The recommendations are to accept the Planning Commission's resolution of finding that the CIP is consistent with the general plan and adopt the fiscal year 2020-21 5-year CIP. Department directors and representatives are here to answer any questions related to any specific projects if you have them. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Any questions by members of the board? Supervisor Tully?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll call it maybe before you. I do have some specific in the categories. I want to first say thank you, at least to have a page that says Mather Community Campus in it. But we had a facilities assessment. I know the Jacobs report that was done, I guess there was an updated report. I think we were promised that last year. So what is the status of that report? And I make the point because that campus continues to age. We've continued to program into it, and there's some serious needs out there at the campus. I know obviously we're going to struggle to find funds, but nonetheless, we haven't put very much money at all in that facility over time. And we occupied it more than 20 years ago now with the community campus programs, the upgrade to the dining hall and such. And I guess I'm curious as where are we then with the assessment, the facilities assessment? That doesn't produce the money, but
Jeff could speak.
There's Jeff.
Actually.
Chair Stern, a member of the board, Jeff Gasaway with
Morning,
General
Jeff.
Services. To answer your question, Supervisor Natoli, we have one piece of the facility assessment draft right now. I had some comments on it. We sent it back to the consultant to address those comments. We're waiting for 2 other pieces of it, which is the ADA assessment and the assessment for hazardous materials, lead paint, asbestos, and things like that, before we can start including some of those projects in the CIP.
In both of those things you mentioned, you're still waiting for pieces, Jeff. But what about some of the major systems? Again, those were older buildings to begin with. They're a lot of wear and tear.
Correct.
They're occupied, and so what about with your HVAC and your roof systems, even the aesthetics? Obviously, that's not as critical from the standpoint of the integrity of the building. But where are we with some of those things? And I agree, lead paint when you have children on the campus or families. ADA compliance. Obviously, you have 2- and 3-story, or at least 2-story buildings. So
a lot of the mechanical systems and the roofing systems are in the facility assessment portion of the CIP, which is a draft at this point, and I just received it 2 weeks ago. So I couldn't include any of those items in the CIP because we didn't know what those were. My staff has been out there over the past couple of months repairing some of the HVAC systems and getting those up and running due to heat. We were more efficient and less expensive than some of the bids we received for replacing compressors and things like that.
Good.
So we have been out there doing some work. It's just a matter of being able to have an accurate facility assessment to be able to include some of those things and get those into the CIP.
And Colin made the point, and I guess this is a question. So as you're waiting for those pieces, some of it's very recent. I appreciate the work that's been done to at least maintain some of the systems and keep it livable and certainly serviceable. Then would you anticipate, and we're not going to have to wait till the CIP draft next June, could be back to us sooner than that, if I heard correctly, as to what it looks like? Doesn't mean, again, I don't know what the funding source is going to be, but...
I mean, the big piece of this is the funding source and how we would fund those projects. We can put a list in the CIP for, on the unfunded tab for projects. We could probably have that hopefully sometime after the first of the year to be on the unfunded tab, but it's a matter of finding the funding for those projects. To give you an order of magnitude, in the draft, you're looking in the $12 million order of magnitude for some of those projects.
I think surprisingly, totally, we do plan on bringing what the needs are. As we're starting to put the CIP together for next fiscal year, we do want to have that discussion on what the needs are and what does it look like.
Yeah, because we house several hundred people there, both single persons as well as the families, and then we have the transitional youth across the street through the Adolfo campus, and we had a pretty good income stream for a while with the Veterans Administration and the parking. We were probably drawing $1 million a year, and I guess a lot of that's gone away, but I think we need to have a plan for Mather campus, because it's it's occupied. It's not, it's not just, a facility that may, partially occupied with offices. We have people living there, and it's, there's a daily life that goes on there. And when I see the Veterans Village, obviously brand new, and the infirmary has been redone, we pale kind of in comparison because we have an older facility. It's not because it's not inhabitable, but okay, I guess I would just say I look forward to having that. I know that it's been a work in progress. I think we had a similar report that we were doing that assessment, and I guess I look forward to it on the community campus. So, thanks, Jeff. If I could, Ms. Chair, a couple of other categories here. I'd like to ask about libraries. We were told a year ago we needed to do a master plan before we could consider, and of course budgets are tightening up, and I know we were challenged because of the COVID and getting some of the outreach done, but we put $240,000 or something amount of money towards doing a master plan. I guess is going to tell us that some of the needs are on this list or there, but also to look at new construction. So can you tell me where we're at with that?
Due to COVID, some things slowed down a little bit with the master plan. Right now we're in the process of online public outreach, and we wanted to let that kind of slowed the process down, going from public meetings to an online process, because getting the survey converted over to different languages. So that's posted. It's been up for, I want to say 2 weeks now, 3 weeks, and they wanted to let that run for about a month. And then we'll assemble that data, and I think we have a charrette or the core group has a meeting here within the next few weeks. So I'm anticipating coming back to the board. The schedule slipped, and it's slipping my mind right now, but either December or January timeframe with a plan.
So are they working with the Friends of the Library? I mean, I know the only thing I saw was that you had a schedule and that there had been some slippage, and understandably so, but so how are we doing the outreach online, reaching library users and patrons and other interested parties? How we do?
It's again, it's online, and then we've been working closely with the library staff, and they've been putting it on all of their Facebook pages and their social media outlets to get that out to the public. And I believe they've also have We posted signs in the library branches that are open or on the outside of the branches to advertise that as well.
Yeah, so less than optimal, but obviously under the circumstances with where we're at with it. And then, so with that in mind, what's the anticipated date? Recognizing obviously you want to make sure there's a sufficient amount of outreach and feedback in order to, accomplish, the goals of bringing forward a plan that reflects obviously that community input and then recommendations. What's the time frame, Jeff, roughly?
I believe it's December, January timeframe. It's the schedule slipped.
Yeah.
But,
Okay.
so.
Most likely it's after the beginning.
After the first of the year? Okay. All right. Well, that's all I had on libraries. I'm going to go to parks next if I could. On parks, I had a couple of specifics, but I know, Nav, you and I briefly talked about this, and I know you and Britt worked on it, but I'm still very concerned that with a nearly $80 million backlog in capital improvement program, we don't have any capital CIP that's beyond grants, and may be some monies that come in from time to time from other sources. The American River Conservancy and such to help us with some of the efforts. That backlog continues to grow. There are things on that list I think that are of interest to all of us. Obviously, those parks are throughout this county. They're regional in nature in a lot of cases. Some are smaller that are under our jurisdiction. And I guess my general question is, without getting into a couple of specifics here, is that what's the plan? I know it's a dollar challenge, but if we're going to have more challenging budgets, how do we ever get to a CIP that actually has some dollars in it that can be, because there's no programming except for those grants for anything in the next 5 years. And I guess that's my question. And again, if we as a board need to deliberate that in a separate setting, in this setting, but in a separate, I'm fine with that. I just think that we have to find a way in a county this size with a park system that we can be proud of relative to the acreage, but to the facilities offered, to have some ability to do a capital improvement beyond just hit and miss on grants, and we do well. To credit to our staff. So I guess that's my question.
We were planning on recommending some money before the economic crisis we're in. We're going to continue looking at that. This is a long-term plan. It's 5 years out. After this budget is voted on, we're going to go back to the drawing board, see what we need to do with the parks. Liz did tell me that we are pretty competitive on the grant side. She's gotten some pretty good grants. I believe it's a $2 million number that she's been able to get. That should keep some of the backlog. It's not going to knock all the 80 million out, but as we keep looking at that, see what else we can do about it.
Okay. And I just specifically, I brought this up last year, and I know there's been some work on it. I've talked to you and Bruce recently in our briefing last week. But one facility in particular in Walnut Grove, the Gene Harvey School, which is a historical building, we've been looking at block grant. That's yet to come to us. But, the report was done in 2016, Jacob's report, did a lot of facility assessment. Liz had some folks do some minor repairs to the roof last year, but it needs a roof replacement. And we've got dry rot in the windows, and we got termites. And I don't want to make it sound more onerous than it is, but I don't know what the plan is to address that, and the roof costs have obviously got up. I talked to Liz this morning, so I certainly appreciate hearing, but those types of things are urgent, and yet that gets into CIP, and so I don't know, maybe it's operations and maintenance, and you do some maintenance on our facilities. Obviously, that's built into your budget. But those types of things, and I use that as an example, but there may be others on the list where you have maintenance, but it gets into CIP because it's a $400,000 cost for a roof replacement, and that gets beyond normal maintenance. Maybe some assessment in the overall facilities plan that relates to those things that are most critical. And again, I trust certainly department head and you folks to look at that, but it's still a matter of money. But those critical needs, and if you go too long on some of those things, then you're gonna pay in multiples to actually do the repairs if you don't, in some cases, lose facilities because of that. So I guess I'd be interested, Liz, I know you've got some opportunities and now kind of touched on it, but that doesn't cover the full cost of some of those repairs. So
That is correct. So your unfunded project list for Gene Harvey School is about a little over $1 million. We do have 2.5 in per capita grant funds from Prop 68 that we are in the process of going out and doing public outreach on how we will spend those funds. And our recommendation is to spend $400,000 of those funds on the Gene Harvey roof repair.
Okay. Could we have some updated assessment on those are large casement windows, and if they've got dry rot, then you're going to have intrusion into your walls, and obviously most of it's a brick facility. But if there's termite control or treatment that needs to be done, I mean, those are things that, again, maybe it falls more into working with general services. Some of those things might be able to do if there's major work, but on your foundations and so forth, if your termites, you can do significant damage, and we can be into, many hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I guess those are the types of things that I would hope that we could build into a package here. Obviously, the roof is a key piece of that.
Yes, absolutely. I can work with general services to assess
Okay.
what termite services would cost.
Okay. All right. That's all I had on parks. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Liz, don't go too far. Thank you. So I had a question about well, first of all, I want to say that I appreciate the fact that we now have the picnic structure in the current CIP for Discovery Park. That's obviously been a facility improvement that I've been paying close attention to now for a number of years. But we also have other needs at Discovery Park, most notably our bathrooms. And so I noticed in the unfunded list we have an estimate of, I think it's $1 million and change for those needed bathroom improvements. And to Supervisor Natoli's point earlier, generally about how we can expect to bolster the CIP when it comes to our parks especially, I'm very interested in understanding how long do you think we can go without functional restrooms or with the deficiencies in our restroom facilities out there? I know that we had one incident this summer where the lack of bathroom facilities was in part of a consideration in terms of the prospect of a large gathering at Discovery Park. And I also wanted to maybe hear a little from you, Liz, about whether or not there's been any discussion exhausted with Regional Sand to see if there's any assistance that could be garnered from that agency relative to the bathrooms in particular. You're well aware that over the last 2 or 3 years, there's kind of been a new working relationship between Regional Sand, the County of Sacramento Parks Department, as it relates to our parkways, and using some resources that come from that agency to help us with our capital facility needs as well as our cleanup activities. So I'd just like you to kind of generally respond to what you see through a somewhat perhaps foggy crystal ball relative to that particular park facility.
Well, again, with the per capita dollars that we have coming, one of our recommendations is the replacement of the Tiscornia restroom at Discovery Park. So we hope to get that project approved if the board so desires and move forward with that. Some of the other repairs are some ongoing maintenance repairs we have to do to our restrooms when our water lines break and go down, or we have to replace the grinders on a fairly regular basis when items that are not appropriate to be placed in toilets are placed in toilets and clog them up. And as far as regional sanitation, we do have a partnership with them. They have funded grants for us to do additional cleanup repairs, as you are aware, and also some of our water study funding.
And I assume every year that goes by and we don't have the funding either programmed or actually being expended to complete this facility, we're continuing to pay for a number of porta potties that have to be out there for public health reasons, obviously. And do you have an estimate of what that is, and how sustainable is that? And especially as the park becomes even more used, especially in the summer months.
I do not have a dollar amount off the top of my head on what we spend on porta potties, but I can get that for you.
Okay, well, I just want to make this comment as a marker that should be a priority I know we have a lot of priorities, but it's a public health consideration. It's an ongoing maintenance operational cost in the absence of completing that project. And I think it's a compliment that should be elevated in priority relative to the fact that is such a widely used facility that's got some regional consequence, not just countywide.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions or comments for staff on CIP? I know that we have at least 2 speakers?
No, now you have 9.
9 speakers on CIP. Okay.
Caller, please start with your comments.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Very late night last night. I am calling to request that you delay your action on the capital improvement plan for the jails. We need a comprehensive jail system management plan, something that looks at population projections, budget considerations, building needs, the mayor's consent, with a process that also includes the community with stakeholders and other experts. So at this time, I recommend that you delay action on the capital improvement plan as it respects to the jail system improvements. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Sure. Pamela Eugene. Pamela Eugene. Do you know that name? Supervisors, do you know who that is? $66 million to go towards expanding jails? More corruption? Really? Is this even a debate? $66 million to expand jails, as well as the proposition to inflate the sheriff's budget? Where are the numbers that show that the sheriff's department is helping more than hurting? Where are the numbers that show that our carceral system is a success? This is ridiculous. You want to listen to our constituents? Reach out to Pamela Eugene, and she'll tell you exactly what goes on in our jails. 70% of people in the jails are waiting trial, meaning they're innocent until proven guilty, but 100% of the inmates are treated like garbage, like less than human, at the hands of officers in the jails. There's severe lack of health support for inmates who literally die in our jails. This is where we want our money to go? No. No, it is not. How are you all not concerned with the politics of our carceral system? Where's the leadership? The compassion? Where's the understanding? Expanding jails won't solve crime. You think expanding jails will keep your neighborhood safe, but it won't keep my neighborhood safe? Expanding jails will not heal people. It dehumanizes people. It breaks them down until they die, whether that be physically or mentally. You don't need to wait to have a loved one in the jails to have empathy. Is there not one thing you could think of that $66 million can benefit in our community before expanding jails? You all have common sense. Don't let these corrupt people, a.k.a. Nav Gill and Scott Jones, complicate things that are very simple. We don't need bigger jails. We need healing for our community. We need support for our families and small businesses during this pandemic, during these fires. We need investing in MH first. Spend one day in that jail and tell me I'm wrong. Pamela Eugene, reach out to her. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes, and please silence the meeting in the background.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Felisa. I am a social worker. I have a master's in social work with an emphasis in public policy and criminal justice. The funded CIP capital project total is $140 million, and of that, the jails get nearly 50% of that budget. I don't understand how a lawsuit against you and the County of Sacramento jail system means an increase of the jail's budget and an expansion of the jail. In the Mays v. versus County of Sacramento, incarcerated community members stated that the jail lacks cleanliness, that they're kept in cells for at least 23 hours a day, and they're often in solitary confinement for no reason, even those with intellectual disabilities. I'm reading this off of the lawsuit, by the way. And that the jail has the second highest, or twice the highest, or twice the average suicide rate of the national average. So what does a jail expansion have to do with any of this? The project description talks about inserting new cameras and cables and miscellaneous items and all of that stuff. And what does this have to do with the lawsuit? How does this expansion address the issues covered in the lawsuit against you in the County of Sacramento? Because it does not, and it's going to lead to another lawsuit, and I'm pretty sure you do not want that. Your jail is harming people, and this is coming from a sister who was just released from a jail. And my sister is traumatized from your jail. A month after being released, she tried jumping out of the car because she is so traumatized of the conditions of confinement. Okay? So your jail expansion, this jail expansion is nothing for the lawsuit. I want you guys to wrap your heads around this and what NOV is presenting to you and what the sheriffs are doing. Do not pass this budget and do not give the jails 50% of the CIP budget. Thank you.
Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, 45-year resident here. Lived in Citrus Heights, Rosemont, Rancho Cordova, Fulton over by Tognati. I lived in Meadowview with a friend's mom to save some money, and then in Midtown when my one bedroom was near around $500 about 20 years ago. Is that sufficiently dog whistling enough to let you know that I'm white and old and not one of those people, you know, those bad people? Now, I recognize how many have suffered and don't have the same opportunities as me, and I'd like to see the $66 million for jails removed. I'm tired of seeing money for new jail construction when the Mays consent decree made it clear, and it was strongly recommended that the board reduce the jail population as one of the cheapest and most effective ways to improve conditions and avoid future lawsuits. Advocates for jail population reduction asked earlier this year for a reduction due to COVID. Administration officials around the country ignored these pleas. This is especially prescient in California, where we depend on underpaid jail labor as a way to have our fires taken care of. But we couldn't because we didn't care enough for the jail population despite a pandemic. So maybe we should listen to the consent decree recommendations, and when the decision before us was a purely moral issue, and we could have helped ourselves now. And in the end, this comes down to the reality that a rising tide lifts all boats. An invested in community that has been historically disadvantaged increases their input to the broader community. It increases inputs to other aspects of that community, resulting in more prosperity, and it results in a lower jail population and lower expenses with regards to prisons and law enforcement. We're asking for a fundamental shift, and you'd be in charge of that shift in how we treat those disadvantaged communities. Invest this money in minority and poor communities. We've tried their way for over 100 years. They continue to not be required to show efficacy and get handed more money on top of money to fix bad behavior without ever addressing lack of accountability when they screw up. Instead, officers may have to endure a couple hours long training, which changes nothing about decades of socialization to see minorities and the poor as enemies. In closing, no more money for jails. The consent decree and others agreed that reducing jail population is enough for the savings. Reroute additional resources to communities impacted by over 100 years of racism. Reroute money to health services to ensure cops have healthy adults to hand over millions to when they abuse those adults' civil rights. Help communities stop throwing away money at a broken carceral and law enforcement system. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, Board of Supervisors. Back at it again from District 1. And yeah, I think it's pretty telling by now over this entire budgeting process in the last few months that Nav Gill, your county CEO, is not working for you. He's not doing the things that you actually want him to do, which includes creating a comprehensive jail population reduction plan that should have been done in order to comply with the May's consent decree, even as he continues to use that consent decree as an excuse to allocate tens of millions of dollars in newly allocated funding for a new jail annex, when in reality the county's approach to meeting the consent decree is not the most cost effective. And there are plenty of ways that you can meet the American Disabilities Act and HIPAA requirements without a new tower or any new jail expansions, with simply reducing the population. You have money right here and now that you are trying to put into a defunct monument to oppression and could easily be putting it into preventative services, community-based services, housing, healthcare, every single service that provides a human need could do with so much of this money, and instead you're putting it in to give it to law enforcement and the jails. That speaks volumes to this county's priorities right now. If this isn't loud and clear that Nav Gill is not working in the best interest of this board or the community of Sacramento, I don't know what to tell you. It means that there is either a clear dereliction of duty by this board, or you all are just that naive and stupid to keep taking his lies like that. So I'm calling on you to delay this vote, make sure that there is genuine jail population reduction strategy, and then do the right thing. Put the money where people need it most. It is not the jails, it is not the law enforcement, it is in the community. Please, do the right thing.
Thank you.
Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Hi. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. This is Liz Blum. I just want to start by saying that when we say jail expansion, we mean the expansion of general fund dollars going to jails. We know that this new jail annex doesn't technically plan to increase the number of jail beds, but it is expanding the amount that the county spends on incarceration by hundreds of millions of dollars over the next few decades. These are the same dollars that we could use to keep people out of jail. And I also just wanted to talk briefly about transparency. So I'm really confused as to why this $16 million in funding for the main jail annex that is coming from general fund wasn't mentioned at all on item number 1. I just want to point out that Nav is not as objective as you think he is, and that the plan for meeting the consent decree is everyone at the table has their own biases, and so they're all carceral system law enforcement experts, right? And so there are ways to meet the ADA and HIPAA requirements without a new tower. We're meeting with architects. We're reading through these recommendations that are included in the consent decree. And thank you so much, Natoli, for being willing to revisit this, being willing to meet with these architects. We also, would really appreciate community just being at the table more. Community experts, people who've experienced the jail system, the way that you're going about meeting the consent decree, and the way that the county actually is not going about making a comprehensive jail reduction plan, we can help you with. We have a team of doctors, academics, mental health workers that are ready and willing to work with you all, and I just really ask that you include community in these processes and make it more transparent. It's really disturbing how this was hidden under county building costs this is a sheriff's building that he should be paying for the repairs for, not general fund, not the county. So please slow down, delay this vote, include community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, good morning. Thank you. This is Courtney Hansen with District 1. Hope you all got a little bit of sleep. I think I'm going to lose more sleep now. I don't understand why we have to fight so hard for libraries. We shouldn't have to fight so hard for libraries in parks. And it's a depressing conversation when we're talking about $66 million in jail construction. And we get, when we hear you say we're not trying to incarcerate more people, we get that, but we're telling you that that is what will happen. That pouring this many millions into the jail is further entrenching a system that we need to stop relying on to warehouse people with mental illness. We can talk about the well, we can talk about putting bars in the showers so disabled people don't experience additional humiliation and trauma, but can we also come up with a plan to stop incarcerating so many people with disabilities? We talk about this. There's been symbolic sign-ons to things like the Stepping Up initiative, and I don't understand why there's no political will to make that happen when there's so many people in the community. A woman I work with that just spent 3 years in the jail, she said, I'm willing to do a Q&A with the board if that would be helpful. I've seen a lot. I've read the consent decree. So, you can take us up on these things. There are architects that want to talk about what kind of equity centers you should be building instead of these buildings that house 60% of the population has mental illness. 3/4 are awaiting trial. There's no excuse for not having a plan. Over-policing and excessive jailing does not work. It necessitates more staff. Hiring more staff then requires more buildings and capital improvements. And then we sort of have this weird incentive that we've created, even unintentionally, to hire more and build more and spend more. Please slow down your correction spending. Bring us to the table. Let us help you. We can do this differently. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, this is Adnan. I'm a lifetime District 2 resident, and this improvement plan is nothing, there's nothing improving about this. I urge you not to pass it. Sinking money into our jail system is never going to better our community. The sheriff has over-policed and over-incarcerated our residents. Boosting their funding for anything is going to lead to asking for more money. It's a never-ending cycle, which results in our community struggling without access to other services that help us, and the only alternative being jail. We need to create an alternative to incarceration. We need to not put money into jail when it's never going to help our communities. This is just an excuse to rationalize the jail expansion that we have been fighting and will continue to fight. We can meet ADA and HIPAA requirements without a new tower, without more funding to the jail. We just need to lower jail populations. We need a plan to lower jail populations. We need resources for people who get out of jail. We need resources to stop people from going into jail. Please do not let this spiral out of control any more than it already has. Sheriff Jones just wants his budget to be even more bloated. He has not helped our community, and he's not going to suddenly do that if you give him even more money. There's no plan for accountability here. There's no room for communities to help improve the system. There's no system to stop these jails from being the traumatizing places that they continue to be. We can't keep sinking money into a violent and disruptive system. Please do not commit years of taxpayer dollars into the system. It will only lead to more and more demand for money. Please wait on this and do not pass this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm a resident of Sacramento regarding item number 2. Something the board fails to understand is a simple but important principle. For the last 10 years, Sheriff Scott Jones has over-policed and over-incarcerated residents. To have one of the highest rates among similarly sized counties, despite a 20-year low in nearly all crimes. This policy is what necessitates more staff. Hiring more staff is what requires more buildings and capital improvements. This is a cascading effect, and it creates a perverse incentive to hire more and build more and spend more to take more funding from human services. The focus, the immediate focus, should be comprehensive jail system management that incentivizes alternatives to incarceration, not building more jails. This is what will save money, not taking up more money for jails and to continue to over-police. Thank you for your time. I cede the rest of it.
Thank you.
That concludes your public comments.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Tully?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the CIP, particularly on the focus, we've heard from some of the speakers on the jails. I wanted to ask a couple of questions. I know that for the Rio Casimas Correctional Center, I think the $66 million is reference to combining the main jail, the $29 million that's in the CIP, and then the $37 million for Rio Casimas. I had a conversation with Britt and Nav earlier in the week or with Britt anyway, about one of the items that was, or actually a couple of the items, but one of the items out at RCCC, it was added in 2017, and I don't think this project's ever going to come to fruition. It's been added here, but it represents nearly $24 million. Somebody suggested putting a flood wall around the RCCC campus. We've already expended a few $1,000s on that. But it seems to me that, again, project viability, people can make suggestions, somehow it gets on the list, and then it gets put into this greater total that becomes obviously subject to question, to comments, certainly that we've heard here this morning. That along with the water system, which we're well aware the water system needs upgrading, but there's a CIP item here that was added in 2011. Talks about bringing a water line. I don't know where that comes from. The closest place is from the city of Elk Grove, I guess, water agency. But then we actually have built into the plan projects a upgrade potable water system. And I thought as we were doing some of that work under the 1022 proposal that we were going to put in additional tanks, new wells, and so forth. So there's a $6.2 million line item that's in on page 15 or 158 of the CIP, and yet then there's this reference going back to 2011 to $8.5 million to bring a water line. So we're not going to do both, I trust. And if we're going to do the upgrade with the wells and storage tanks, then we ought to take the other one off the CIP. I mean, that's clearly not consistent.
So I think some of the projects you're referencing are on the unfunded tab, which is meant to show the unmet need in the county. And I agree with you. If we're going to do one, the other should come off. Okay. That's an oversight on my part.
No problem.
So, and realistically, the flood wall probably won't be done. We've been working with Steve Kentelme and that group on some portable flood walls. So that will also come off.
Okay.
We do have a water problem, as you're well aware of. Over the years. We've had long discussions about that. We do need to add a well or a water line, and we're in the process of doing some analysis to figure out what would be better and how we would pay for it. The water well and tanks were included in the SB 1022 project. Right. Since that project is not moving forward, it becomes an expense for the capital construction fund at that point. That's why it's there in the...
No, that's still that's understood, Joe. I wasn't questioning. It's just we had both, and so you're
Yeah.
either going to do one or the other. I think that's the
Right.
practical, obviously, is develop, the domestic water well that would, serve the facility. So that would be the 6.2 million. So the 8.5 would be negated. It wouldn't be a double count on that. While you're there, then the $29 million is in the main jail, and again, I got confirmation from BIT that of the $29 million, $16 million is what's plugged in on page 157. It's not a double number. The $16 million is the main jail, the annex project to design as described here, design a second facility downtown, provide for additional programming and medical space. So there's actually $13 million in unmet needs at the main jail: roof, showers, drains. I mean, there's so that's those are the things that are within that 13 million. And of the 16 million, maybe this is for Britt or for you, we've already assigned $8 million in last year's budget. So this basically doubles that and puts another $8 million in general fund to bring that to 16 million. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so what we're being asked to in this year's budget to appropriate is an additional $8 million. $8 million has already been roped off. That was submitted last year. That's been carried over. And then
we encumbered about $7 million of that $8 million for a contract for a criteria architect. We'll be coming to the board in October for another contract for a construction management firm that will encumber another dollar amount, which basically
so the
encumbers that.
The Knockton Lewis is the first $8 million. So actually, there's not $16 million there. There's going to only be $8.5 million there.
There's about $9 million there.
With what's being recommended this year.
There's about Knockton Lewis encumbered $7 million of the 16, or the original 8.
The original 8, yeah.
Right, and then there's the 8 in this fiscal year is for another contract.
Okay, and a carryover of $1 million. So we're
Right. We put $8 million in the budget last year, which was encumbered, most of it, and some rest will carry over. And another $8 million is transferred this year for a total of $16 million. The plan was that money would be used for all of the planning, all of the work up to the point where we were going to issue debt for the actual construction of the facility, at which point we would issue certificates of participation, and then the debt service would basically, instead of putting $8 million a year into the capital construction fund, we'd be paying $8 to $10 million a year in debt service for the actual construction cost of the annex.
So the October item that you referenced, the CIP would, if adopted as outlined here, we'd be adding another $8 million with a $1 million carryover, and then you would be bringing to us for consideration another contract for what you said, design?
It's the construction management contract.
Okay, and when we did the Knockton Lewis, we were going to have some junctures at which the board was going to have some chance to see what that encompassed. That's a lot of money for architects and so forth, and yet on the heels of that, we haven't seen that yet. I guess that work hasn't been completed. That we're going to have another contract that will be funded through the money that's going to be included here in the CIP if we adopt this. So is there a plan to have some discussion about what the first $7.5 million bought before we spend another, or asked to approve another $9.5 or $8 million, $10 million, whatever the number is?
We're in the process of working with Britt and the county executive's office in Knockton Lewis to look at population projections based on economics, and interviewing the sheriff's office, SAC PD, all of the groups to be able to look at how that population is going to look like, and then we'll start looking at what the design and what the annex needs to look like.
Okay, so let me boil this down, because I mentioned last night, my final comments last night is that I assume there's the ability, if the board was so inclined, to have, I say, a planning session to have some discussions. I mean, before we embark on, you're going to bring an item to us that's going to, engender some obviously discussion and conversation, but to get one, a status update and talk about some of those things. Certainly the carry report, the population projections, the alternative to sentencing, some of the other things we're funding. We've had plenty of discussion last night about some of the things we can hopefully do to redirect and defer. Obviously, we're still going to have a jail population, but again, this all kind of falls back to the Mays consent decree. I get that. There's a legal parameter there, but I guess I, for one, and I have no problem having that discussion right here in this, in these chambers. Because before we get asked to what you just said, Britt, to then, if we were to go to the next step and approve going forward, and then be back here some months later with, multiple millions of dollars to issue bonded indebtedness, I would like to have a juncture where we can spend some time talking as a board and as a community, and certainly hearing from those that are the experts and anybody else that wants to weigh in about this before we make this major expenditure. So, and I guess that's probably why I'll just leave it right now. If we approve the CIP with the additional $8 million, we haven't expended those dollars until you bring that contract to us, and so we'll have a chance to talk about that, I trust, in a few weeks. But I think, again, I'm not going to, kind of beat around the bush here. I'm going to just say that I'd like to have some conversation about this overall plan, because there are a lot of efforts going on, and I appreciate the work that's being done, but I also think, before we go that much more deeply in this and begin to, become very committed to whatever it is we're going to do, to have a really good idea about what those projections are, what the folks are saying, and then obviously we're hearing comments from others who may see it differently, but I think still it falls in the realm of this board to make those decisions. So, and be fiscally responsible, but also obviously prudent about the way we spend our dollars. Again, this is such a big general fund hit. Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions of staff on CIP? Okay, I know that Supervisor Peters needs to delicately manage the vote here, so I'll give the floor to her to explain what she's going to do.
I would move to adopt the capital improvement plan minus the projects identified in the slide that just came up, which would be excluded. Need a second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Supervisor Tolley.
Yeah, just a question on the motion. So, and Jeff just noted, one modification, and if we wanted to remove a project from the CIP, I guess what would be the process for that? For example, the flood wall. I don't see any necessity to pursue that and to keep carrying $24 million expenditure on the books.
No, we are going to remove that project.
You will. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. No, I'm fine with that. All right, thanks.
Thanks. Okay, there's a motion and a second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Then we need a motion on the excluded items.
Okay, it's been moved by Supervisor Frost and seconded by Supervisor Kennedy. Please vote.
And the motion carries with Supervisor Peters recusing for potential conflict of interest.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, now you're back as also the Board of Supervisors for the budget. This is the public hearing and consideration, you closed the public hearing last night. This is consideration of possible revisions to the fiscal year 2020-21 approved recommended budget.
You ready? Do we need a break or are you ready? Okay. Supervisor Turner, members of the board, Britt's going to walk us through. There's various questions we received last night. And what we plan on doing is go by the questions we received, see what input the board has, and then after that, see how the board wants to deliberate. What we will plan on doing is that as each item you want to add, we'll see what the monetary value is, and then tabulate where we are, and see what the board wants to do at that point. So with Britt, with that one.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Gill, Mr. Chair, members of the board. So we identified essentially 16 questions or issues that were asked by the board or where the board raised an issue. And so we'll start with the issue of the Renters Helpline, and Leanne Moffett, the County Planning Director, will be addressing that issue.
And she's going to be addressing the Climate Action Plan too, both those items. Leanne's going to take care of it.
Okay.
Good morning, members of the board. I will start off with the Renters Helpline item. We did have a report before you dated July 14th of 2020 that I did identify funding for a part-time individual for the Renters Helpline through the end of the year related to the COVID emergency. So.
Supervisor Foley?
Yes, so the $15,000 just funds that through December 30th through COVID monies, or?
And actually, the source of the funds ended up being from Elk Grove, Citrus Heights, and Rancho Cordova. They stepped up and funded that position that was requested, so it is fully funded, and that has been done.
Okay, well, what about from January 1st through the rest of the fiscal
Well, they
year?
were essentially asking for the CARES funding through the end of the year, so that was what they were asked for, and that was what was funded.
But it serves the entire county, unincorporated area folks.
It does.
Take advantage of. So if we wanted to fund it through the remaining part of fiscal year, irrespective of what this, again, thank you to the cities, obviously they participate in this as well.
Right.
If we wanted to fund that position, assuming there was the need, I'm just going to make some assumption here, there's going to continue to be a need, then it would be another $15,000?
Well, their request was
$19,000.
essentially for a 6-month part-time position through December, and that was what was funded from the other jurisdictions.
And that request was from self-help housing?
Yes.
And have we had any feedback about whether they foresee the need going forward?
We haven't, but we could check and we could see whether there is an opportunity.
It's
for
not
other
a large
funding,
amount, and again, I appreciate
it's
the
a
city
small amount.
participation, but I
Yes.
just, again, I think, I bring it back to current economic situation.
I'm a little confused. Did the cities use their share of CARES Act funding to fund this?
Yes, it was a relatively small amount, so they just stepped in and funded it.
So given the way that I hear the CEO generally reference how we would manage the balance of CARES Act funding going forward, this is a question for you, Nav. Is there a possibility that we can rope off some funding if it's the will of the board? I don't know if it's $15,000. I don't know what the monthly pro rata would be, but assuming that there would be an ongoing need past the beginning of the year, is there a possibility we can do that?
Yeah, we'll discuss, as Leanne said, and see if there's what the need is. We can rope that off and bring it back to the board.
I think it's one of those items where you get a lot for a relatively small amount. So I would certainly be supportive of leaving this to the executive team to find out how we can continue to fund this past January 1.
Got it.
All right.
Okay.
Good.
All right. The
Climate
next
action
item
plan?
is on the climate action plan, and your board in the past has emphasized the importance of completing that climate action plan. Your staff heard you, and that has been funded. The staff costs were actually already funded in planning's budget. The issue was the consultant funding, and so we did approach the 5 pending master plans who are all stepping forward and funding the consultant component of the costs, which is estimated at a maximum of $300,000 divided over the 5 master plans. We are up and running on that. I understand there was a lot of interest last night. We do have, planning has a web page, so I'll put in a plug for that, and people can subscribe to our email blast. And we also have an inbox climate action plan at saccounty.net. So those are all up and running, and we would welcome participation in that.
And this again is something that in part was inspired by the consideration of Mather South and some of the comments that were expressed about the need for a cap moving forward relative to the balance of the board's consideration of master plan. So I appreciate the explanation. Supervisor Kennedy?
Yeah, just want to be clear, we said the 5, that includes projects that have already been approved that are funding?
It includes Grand Park, Upper West Side, West Jackson, Jackson Township, and Newbridge. Those are the...
So not Mather South?
Does not include Mather South.
Why did we not go to Mather South when...
They were already approved.
I know, but Mr. Rodriguez stood right where you're standing now and said that I'm willing to abide by whatever the board says in the future, even though we didn't put it in a DA at the time, which was a mistake. But he did agree to that, so I think out of fairness, we should approach him.
Okay.
The county still owns the land.
Yeah.
We're probably on the hook too. I know, that's what we,
Yeah, I mean, it's a fairness issue for the others.
And that was really the spirit of the comments that I made at the time Mather South was being considered by the board, is that without the cap in place, this very issue was bound to come up, where you had some inequities in terms of the timing and who's paying for what. So I think it's a good suggestion. Okay, any further questions on the cap for Leanne?
Are they funding it entirely then?
They're funding the consultant component, and the staff costs were covered already by our other sources of funds, our building permit surcharge, and other existing funding sources.
And what's the total estimated cost?
Let's say I don't have the, you have to remember the county has already funded the phase 1,
right.
The phase 2A, so this is a narrow component on this last tranche of consultant work. So it is a contribution to the overall effort. So the $300,000 is this chunk of consultant funding.
Is there an environmental document that has to be done for you?
Yes.
And that's concurrent with this?
Yes.
With the plan development?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
The next item on our list is the issue of WIC funding, and Peter Bielenson, Director of Health Services, will address that issue.
Hello, Board.
Good morning, Dr.
As we talked about last night, we are actually serving about 98.5% of our caseload, which has been heavier during the pandemic. We have 21,000 people that are being served, compared to 16,000 being served prior to that, and where we were only covering 76% of our caseload. So we've actually been able to, because of telehealth, as you may remember from last night, been able to be much more efficacious with how we're providing our services.
Well, you'll recall from one of the speakers last night made some reference to the telehealth component and had some concerns even about that. So how would you respond to
The one thing that's not served by telehealth is lactation, that you have to come in for that activity, but that's being covered by our staff right now. Like again, 98% of our caseload during the pandemic, when it is higher because of the layoffs and because of additional issues, we're actually serving more people now than we were before.
So in your opinion, there's no deficiency as has been explained by the Children's Coalition in their letter to the board?
Not right now. We're serving almost 100% of our caseload.
What about going forward?
Going forward, it depends. If the pandemic gets better, I would argue that we would actually have a less of a caseload.
Okay.
Yeah, and I understood you last night, but so you had the positions that have been vacant since January.
Correct.
The 3 positions, I guess, that were going to be reduced because of the reduction in the categorical. But you're covering it with existing staff. Obviously, folks are pedaling pretty hard in a lot of respects in your department and so forth. But again, I think that's great if you can 98%. I mean, I guess if you get to 100%, you're doing better than that. But is there a need for one position, do you think, or and this was reducing 3? Yes. And I think it's commendable that you're serving a higher caseload and and a percentage of serving all those that need. So, I mean, again, because if we do it in this context, then you have it available, you can fill it. But if we eliminate it, then you've got to come through, obviously, with another request, and it requires board action and position authorization and so forth, because there's concurrent elimination of those positions. You can't just fill them or hire somebody, I guess. So I guess I'm just curious, Dr. Bielenson.
We without disclosing HIPAA type things, we do have several pregnancies in our not our caseload, in our staff. So I suppose one additional one would be potentially helpful.
I'd just like to point out too that there have been some cuts at the first 5 level too, recently in terms of the WIC program. And so, yeah, I'd actually be supportive of more than one, but because I think for us to predict that things are going to get better sooner rather than later is a little too optimistic for me when it comes to an important service like this in the course of a pandemic.
So do you just do the simple math, 3 into 190 and
65.
back out 65,000 for a position? Well, I would certainly be supportive of the one, and if there was need for more, again, I just think that WIC program is so important, and again, I commend folks for their efforts, but I would be supportive. And again, if the need because of either of some staff time off due to pregnancies and so forth, that if you're having trouble keeping up with it, I mean that percentage is good. 98% is good. But I'd be supportive of at least restoring one of those positions. Yeah, 2. Authorized 2. I mean, if you don't fill them, you get salary savings anyway. So
all right.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Thank you.
So the next issue on our list is the Children's Coalition comments regarding the foster care program, and Michelle Callos, Director of Child Development and Adult Services, will address that issue.
Oh, thanks. God, did I shrink?
Where are you?
There we go. Good morning, Michelle Callejas, Child, Family, and Adult Services. So the Children's Coalition was referencing foster parent recruitment, retention, and support dollars, or FIPPers. Those were added by the state in 2015-16 in efforts to increase capacity of foster homes in preparation for continuum of care reform. The funding has gone down over the last several years. The state assumed that all counties would be there and have sufficient capacity. And then for fiscal year 2021, they eliminated the funding completely. So it's $300,000. Over the year, we invested in various strategies, media, PSAs. We had contracts with providers to increase the number of foster homes that are able to meet the needs of young people with higher level needs. It's been kind of hit and miss. We've increased overall homes, but we still have continued need for homes willing to take our teenagers with higher level mental health needs and behavioral issues. So that's the funding.
So I'm hearing no funding, but continued demand.
Correct. So our teams we continue to do outreach. We work with our foster family agencies. They do outreach of their own to try to get foster parents with their agencies. So it's a collaborative effort. I think our main efforts right now are trying to keep kids out of care, because then we have a reduced need for foster homes.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Peters?
Thank you. I've talked to you quite a bit about the foster parents and the foster families and the group homes being defunded by the state and those kinds of things. I know you've done advertising or getting the word out in various places. What has been the most successful way of bringing in new foster parents?
So probably the recruitment, a lot of recruitment efforts, but I think what's more important is the retention of them. And so we had funded some positions, which we were able to restore with general fund a couple of years ago, where they were responding quickly to resource parents. So when they have a need, if a child's in crisis, instead of giving like a 14-day notice that I just can't keep this child anymore, we were able to be responsive. So I think it is just, right now our recruitment efforts have kind of come to a lull because of COVID. We're not able to do all the community fairs and that kind of stuff. But we continue to do outreach via, social media. So it's hard to say what's been effective. We've had an overall increase, but more for the littles We've been a little bit successful for sibling sets because we want to keep them together. It's just our wonderful teens who sometimes have challenging behaviors where we struggle to find homes for.
Thank you.
Supervisor Tully?
So again, you're very gentle and certainly straightforward in your presentation on this, but I guess, Michelle, the $300,000, it's a reduction. It sounds like there may have been more money in earlier years, but with the challenges we face in finding, proper placements for young people and trying to keep them out of the system, obviously, and I know your efforts and that of your team of folks certainly are, proving to bring some good results, but, it's still a challenge, as you said, for some of the older children. So, is this all contracted out, or does it cover any of our, county staff time working in cooperation with partner agencies and those that we would ask to help us do this outreach?
Yeah, so as the money's gone down, we haven't been contracting out. One of the challenges also is the state hasn't been releasing the money until February, typically, of the fiscal year. So we had to hurry up and spend it before June 30. So what we invested in the last 2 years were gift cards. And those have proven successful in, like, if we have a sibling set of 2 that we need to place immediately and avoid going to the shelter, we can give them gift cards so they can run out for infants, get formula, clothing, if the kids don't have clothing on them. So they're able to meet immediate needs. That's been successful in avoiding shelter care placements or taking them to our placement unit. That's how it's been spent. We don't have any contracts with agencies,
right,
and then
okay.
any additional, we offset the resource family approval costs.
So if we were to backfill this, again, because, this one seems to be very, very important in my thinking, whether $300,000 is the right number, more or less, I'm going to ask you that question in a moment, so be prepared. But if this is for family support, for support of young people, some in crisis, again, it just seems to me this is an important aspect of what we're trying to do for permanency, for responding to children who are in dire situations in a lot of cases, and then the folks that we're asking to provide either the foster support or our workers who are trying to help them get situated, at least with some bare necessities of clothing and otherwise. And I trust there's an accounting for the gift card, so you keep some
Absolutely.
tracking of that so we know that it's being used properly. So if you had to pick a number, is this, you said you scrambled to because the allocation came late in this past fiscal year, but I trust you had the ability to spend $300,000, and you did that in 4 months with, I guess, those efforts. So is this a good number for going forward for 9 months? Is it more or less? And again, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I'm just trying to get some sense about this, because I think familial support and what we're doing to keep folks out of the foster system as much as possible when they do enter, to stabilize their situation and hopefully eliminate the trauma and allow them to retain some stability and normalcy in their lives, which I think is so important. So I'm going to ask you that question. So in order to sustain an effort like that over the next 9 months, what do you think it would take? If you're just recognizing what the needs been and over the last up to the fiscal year from February through June.
I would say $300,000 for 9 months is sufficient, and it's hard because strategies work differently,
yes,
depending on the need. So we keep trying different efforts in order to get our children and young people into appropriate placements that can meet their needs. We would continue those efforts, and then hopefully at some point we'll be able to do more extensive outreach and work within our
How many
community.
folks do you serve? I guess that's what, I say not so much a performance measure, but just to know. So what would be if you had to take a good guess at it, how many families or young people would be served through these dollars?
Like the number in, gosh, I don't have that number off
Hundreds?
the top of my head.
Is it-
Yeah, over the years. Yeah, I would say.
Over the
because
years.
we've been able to get like immediate placements because we're able to meet some needs right away. And I think the staff that were funded, those efforts helped extensively. We were out at community fairs, evenings, weekends, and successfully recruiting more families.
Okay, one last question then. So this would go for not just the gift cards, but would provide some additional staff resources? Is it built in to cover any of the staff? Say if you had overtime working on weekends or, I mean, how does this get apportioned?
Well, right now, it's strictly for gift cards. We were
Okay.
using it to fund positions, and we shifted those over the years because we knew the funding was going to be eliminated.
So if you buy the gift card, you still got to have somebody do the work to make those
Correct.
connections. So because I wouldn't want to make this too limiting. Now, certainly, again, the discretion of you and working with, obviously,
Mm-hmm.
staff. But again, if you think that this is a proper amount of money, I for one, Mr. Chair, I'm supportive of trying to find a way to do this in the budget.
No,
Thanks.
I am too. That's why I asked last night that we hear from you this morning about the need and what our options are. Supervisor Peters?
Thank you. Michelle, as long as you're there, I thought maybe we'd take a second and review the Children's Receiving Home issue that we've been working on for 2 or 3 years now.
Yeah.
Last week, I think, if I remember correctly, last week, the new group home that moves the older kids out of Children's Receiving Home opened on the Bradshaw campus. Is that correct?
So our centralized placement unit that was co-located at the children's home, we got a new location for that. So the placement unit moved. The shelter is we still utilize the shelter, and we utilize the group home still at the Children's Receiving Home. But our census has been low. We've had like between 2 and 3 kids in the shelter on any given day. And I think we have currently 2 kids in the group home. I don't know how many they have from other counties, but from our county's perspective, we have significantly reduced the use of shelter care, which is good for kids, as well as group home care.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any further questions for Michelle? Thank you.
So the next issue we have on our list is the CARES Plus program, and I will be giving that presentation, at least initially, because it crosses departments, but both Ms. Gallegos and Dr. Quist are here, who can also speak to elements of the program. This, as your board is aware, was a growth request that was not recommended for funding. It was a growth request for $203,000, $168,000 of it would have been net county cost, and it would have been to add 2 FTE human services social workers in the public guardian, public conservator, public administrator program to broaden the Care Plus program to serve an additional 20 conservatees. And the growth request indicated that there could potentially expect cost avoidance of $440,000. And I need to emphasize that's not cost reduction, it's cost avoidance. A little background about the program, and again, others can speak to it in more detail. Currently, there are about 22 conservatees who are mental health clients being served by 2 Care Plus social workers, and a 3rd social worker is in the hiring process, so that will allow the program to serve approximately 30 conservatees. The program is designed to provide intensive case management to mental health clients, and caseloads are kept around 10 conservatees per social worker. To date, the program has served a total of 80 conservatees, and since its inception in early 2014, when it was in behavioral health services, not in child and family services, an average of 13 per year conservatees were served. The actual number fluctuates depending on staffing and a variety of factors. If not for the CARES Plus program, most of these persons would be in locked settings funded by mental health. The intense services provided by behavioral health, coupled with the Public Guardian's Office, helps keep these people stable in board and care facilities within the community. There was an analysis done last year in behavioral health where they identified that obviously it was a lot less costly to keep these people in the community than in locked facilities, although there were significant increases in community-based treatment costs when this program was implemented. The program is funded about 85% or so with local funds, could be realignment or net county cost, and then the rest with federal Title 19 funds. The issue here to keep in mind, and of course the reason when we made decisions on what growth requests to fund, our criteria were essentially legal mandate or other extremely critical need, and that was all we funded because of the fiscal circumstances we found ourselves in. So there were a variety of growth requests that certainly had some merit, but in these times we simply didn't recommend funding. The important point from our standpoint here is the request is not saying that we would able to be saved $440,000 if we do this. There would still be the $440,000 in costs to serve clients over on the mental health side. This would essentially basically allow them to expand the number of people served by taking some people out of the locked facilities, but it would add additional cost. And so in this fiscal year, as we were looking at that, we, again, along with many other growth requests, we chose not to recommend funding for this program.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Tully?
Well, thanks, Britt. I appreciate the additional background, and certainly I know obviously that you're putting together budgets, you're looking at a number of considerations. But so you say you're still spending. You say it's cost avoidance, but you're still spending the money on the other side. I want to get to the quality of the care, but I want to just make sure I'm clear on that. Is that you said when it was in mental health, it moved over to child, family adult services. So if you avoid costs, ones that we would incur, then you can say it's not a reduction, but there's I see transfer.
I think the way to think about it is you could reduce costs by $440,000 in mental health and reduce the number of people receiving services in locked facilities. I think what mental health was looking for in this program was the ability to essentially serve more people in those facilities who would have the need by basically using this program to augment funding and provide some of those people who could be served outside of the facility,
Which is far preferable. I mean, I've done a ride-along in years past with our public guardian.
But they're not saying that there would then be less demand for beds. And so they're basically saying this would be, I mean, you could do that, but again, the result would be a reduction in the number of people who were served in facilities, which is not what mental health services is recommending.
So you're really not cost avoidance. You're still maintaining beds for those who would need those in the facilities.
Yeah, really, even cost avoidance, you're right, is probably not the right word. That's the word they used in the growth request. But really what they're saying is this augmented funding would allow more people to be served.
Right, and it allows you to serve more people who might otherwise, right at this very moment, be in an institution, who with the proper level of support could be quasi-independent or independent in the community with the support services, and having done that ride along, I can tell you how critically important that is. And granted, we always have a lot of demands, but if we have the ability to move people, I'll use the example of IHHS. When you think about the number of folks we serve, and I asked that question earlier this morning, but a lot of those folks previously would have been in a higher level of at least nursing and or medical facilities, and are able to stay in their home to maintain that independence. And I just think it's really key. Now, obviously, it comes at a cost, and you're making a budget recommendation. But if we're able to, if we know we have folks out there that if we had a program in place that we could actually help them either to stay out or to get out and to be able to live independently for a portion of the remainder of their lives, to me, that's just key. And I would suggest to anybody, if you had any idea about how that program works, go do a ride along and get a chance to visit some of the care assisted living facilities, but also to visit those folks in their homes. And I can just tell you that, I know what I would choose for me and my family. And so I guess I would just say, I think that, again, there's a cost associated. I mean, obviously we looked at 2 workers. I guess if you had a 1, you could do more. So I'm not trying to split it here. I think this is important. It kind of gets buried down in the budget. It's one of those things that we do. We don't have to do, but I think we should do. And I think there's some imperative here. And so I would be supportive of, putting a Care Plus program and putting some more dedicated dollars to doing that. And I just think it really serves people well. That's my thought.
Supervisor Kennedy?
I agree with Supervisor Natoli. The $455,000 of cost avoidance is, first of all, let's take the human component out of it and realize that this isn't all about dollars and cents, but we are here talking about budget. And it's a vitally important, needed program. And I tend to think that, and I'd like to really delve into it at some point, but that $455,000 number, $440,000 number is low, and doesn't take into account so many other costs. This population is some of our most expensive population to serve, and it goes across, more than just Ryan's group and Michelle's group. It goes into our jails. It goes into, so, I think that there should be money allocated, perhaps, from the sheriff's budget, because it does save, those costs. And as I said, this is a difficult population to serve. I can't believe that $440,000 is the complete avoided cost.
If I could, so the number is 230,000 to put the.
The requested number is 203,000, of which basically 169,000 would be net county cost.
Okay. That would be the number I'd be supportive of. I'm not suggesting where it has to come from. I think I'm going to leave that to the executive's office, but I think this program is important enough. And that's a full year number, or that's a 9-month number, Britt?
That's 170, you said?
170,000.
Sorry?
It's a full year number.
A full year. So for this year, we wouldn't incur all of that cost, and yeah, okay.
Depends on them. I mean, if they have authority under 69, our expectation is they'll spend that 169.
Well, it's two positions, staff positions, so, okay, but I would be interested in the 169.
Yeah, I'd likewise be supportive along with Supervisors Kennedy and Natoli on that. Any other questions, comments on CARES plan?
So the next item on our list is the senior safe house, and Bruce Wagstaff, Deputy County Executive for Social Services, will address that issue.
Good morning.
Good morning, Bruce.
So as Supervisor Natoli knows, we've discussed the senior safe house a number of times. It falls within the general priority that we have for senior housing. And it's one of the methods that we look at for senior housing. The safe house is primarily directed towards those who have been in our adult protective services program, adult protective services, APS program. It currently serves about 8 persons. Sometimes they can fit more in there, but it's roughly around 8 persons. Yeah. Initially, it was donated through Mercy Housing, and it has an operating cost of about $500,000 per year, half of which, as I understand it, supervisors, they achieve through donations. And so we covered the other half, about 250. With respect to that safe house, the current one, they are at capacity. So it's really not a question of being able to add more people there. If, as we've looked at this before, if we were to consider a second one, then of course we'd have to find that location. We'd have startup costs, which could vary depending on what we actually had to do. Staff have given me numbers in the range of $800,000 to up to $1 million, depending on what we'd have to do to find a second one. And then you'd have the operating costs if you use the current model as your standard of about $500,000 a year to serve about 8 people. But as I noted, this falls within the general category that we have as a priority for senior housing. And I just wanted to highlight very quickly some of the things we've done for that. In particular for those who are referrals from our APS program. First of all, our scattered site housing programs that are run through Department of Human Assistance. We have placed a priority on seniors, frankly, for those locations. And about half of the folks in our scattered site housing are over 55. We're just not that old. Over 50, had to throw that in there. Over 55, but about 32% or so over age 60, which is not that old.
You would be correct there.
I got off the tangent there, sorry. So in addition to the scattered site housing, though, also Supervisor Natoli mentioned last night the Home Safe program. This is a program that we have in connection with the state. That provides APS clients with rent payments, utilities, connection to other services. We've served about 105 folks through that program in the first year of operation. And then the other thing I wanted to mention that you might recall is that when our planning staff have been here in conjunction with us related to the SB2 housing program, that we have reserved $300,000 per year for years 2 through 6 for senior housing. And we expect to hear awards announced. HCD has changed this time frame a few times, but at the current moment, we're expecting those awards to be announced in October. So different things going on with respect to senior housing, but excuse me, I think that responds to your questions on the safe house. And happy to take questions.
Supervisor Frost?
I'm wondering what services you provide in this home that serves 8 seniors. It seems like the ages are not that old, and the cost is a lot higher than what it seems like it should be.
So with Michelle's help, let me try to answer that.
Okay.
The ages that I mentioned, Supervisor, were for our scattered site housing programs. It wasn't for the senior safe house per se. Senior safe house is for anybody referred from the APS program, as well as other providers throughout the county, largely through our APS program, but not exclusively. And then Michelle, the services they provide, could you provide some clarification on that?
But you said each house, there's a house that houses 8 seniors.
That's
and
a current senior safe
The cost per
house.
house
We have
is
one senior safe house
$500,000 per year
Correct.
to maintain that business model.
To maintain that facility, yes.
Okay, yes, I'm curious to know what costs $500,000.
So it is a 24/7 shelter. So they are also feeding our elders. Some of them have unique needs where they're transporting them to hospital appointments. They only have, if I understand correctly, 1.5 FTE. The rest is volunteers. And so it's really to keep the property updated. It's a beautiful property if you've not seen it, specifically designed for seniors. And so the costs go toward serving our seniors and also helping them transition to longer-term housing.
And a lot of seniors have Social Security or disability. Do they pay into it, or is this fully funded by the county? Is there insurance component to it?
No, they're funded by $250 from our department, and then the rest, they estimate it's about $500,000. The rest comes through donations, but they don't charge folks there.
I would just point out that this is a facility inside of a neighborhood. A house was purchased by a nonprofit organization,
Right.
and the BIA and others did all the work to transition it to, so it's wheelchair friendly and has a garden for people to have some peace in and that kind of thing. So we didn't have any startup costs in that point.
That's right.
What did it open about 10 years ago?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, and so they have an organization that collects donations also.
Probably the medical costs really makes it exponentially higher. I know there's a lot of care homes that have been very successful. It didn't seem like the cost was that high. So, but I get it. If they don't have insurance and they have no resources, and the care for seniors gets more complicated as they get older. So
Right. It's not, there's no funding stream that, like, based on how many days shelter then we can pay. So
okay, thanks.
Supervisor Natoli?
Yeah, and certainly Supervisor Peters was a real leader in making sure that happened with the first senior safe house, and compliments to her. It is a beautiful facility, but I think it's important to note that the folks that come there are victims of abuse and neglect, sometimes very serious situations. And
exploitation too.
Exploitation, absolutely. Yeah. And so and they come into our system either by law enforcement referrals, medical referrals, and or our social workers, adult protective services workers, and others. And the report we had going back 2 years ago is that on any given day, on average, we turn away 1 or 2 referrals because we only have 6 or 8 beds.
That's right.
And that hasn't really changed. Now we're doing other things, and I appreciate Bruce has participated in some meetings, and so with Michelle talking around this issue about some strategies. And these folks are literally homeless. When they are taken from wherever they're at, and whether it's in their own home or in the home of a relative or a supposed caretaker, whatever it is, and we put a lot of money towards homeless. We've talked about this as we've gotten some of these state dollars, and it would seem to me that having a facility that has the residential setting that fits well in a neighborhood, that's safe, that has the proper supervision for the care of the folks that are there. Having another 6 beds in this county of that type makes a lot of sense. We put a lot of money towards it, and again, you're still going to have a need. And again, I don't discount some of the work that you referenced, Bruce. Again, certainly the home safe, but again, that's temporary housing, and you updated the number because the number we had in the budget report was 29. You said 105 or something thereabouts. But I think we have the opportunity with some of the housing monies, with some of the potentially COVID monies, maybe not, but at least we've had some capital monies, the SB2. We could help find and fund, and then Volunteers America is the one who provides the services at the current location. Again, we obviously have to find a partner, and I think the fact that you can pull down half of what you need to operate that facility in a given year through donations, is pretty substantive, and then again that's commendable. Obviously, our support's critical to maintaining that operation as well. And so, again, the need's there. It's been there. It'll continue to be there. And I think with emergency situations, as we've talked about, the aging population, and I appreciate it as you ratchet up, 55 not so old, 60 not so old, 65 not so old. But we have a growing senior population, but adults, some of them are dependent, and these situations that we're finding people in are much, they're despicable in some cases. And I just think that having a place beyond the hospital, or if it's not as serious, putting into vouchering them to a hotel or motel, it may be safer, but you don't have that surrounding service and the understanding of that situation, the empathy goes with it. I just like to see us find a way to put the pieces together and not get so stuck on, it's going to cost this. It's going to cost, but I think there's the ability in the time we live right now, and with some of the funds that have been made available, if there's a willingness to do it, I think there's a way to accomplish this, and to find community partners, and to use the model, because this model has been successful for well over a decade. And again, I would like to see us move forward and not spend so much more time talking about it, to figure out a way to do it. We've met several times over the past year, and we've had some interruptions obviously because of the lockdown. But this is not just a senior residence. It's it's a safe place in emergency situations.
Supervisor Kenny.
Thank you, Bruce. You talked about the SB2 application for the $300,000. Just so we're on the same page, this is I've coined the phrase, but it's just me, the Senior Homeless Avoidance Program. Is that what we're talking about?
Well, I think I think we have some flexibility on how we use those dollars, Supervisor. If we assume we get the amount that we've been awarded, our plan would be through Michelle's department to work with the Aging Commission and figure out the best way to put it to use. But I do think we have some flexibility on how that could be put into effect. You can use rental assistance, for example.
That's my point.
And I think, if I'm not mistaken, if memory serves, the actual application made reference to rental assistance as an example of how it might be used.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to say, I think we have some flexibility.
Well, flexibility is great. This is a situation in which government has an opportunity to spend some money and save a lot of money. For small amounts of money, I've heard stories of people, they just need a little gap, the seniors in particular, many of whom are on SSI, but it's tough to make it on SSI. And even as low as a couple $100 a month could keep them from becoming homeless, which I think we all know that it will cost a lot more if they become homeless to the county than this program. So I want to thank you for pursuing it.
Thank you.
Before we leave the topic of the senior safe house, since Supervisor Tully kind of raised this issue, is there a dollar figure that you're keyed on?
And again, there would be some work around it, but if we identified some dollars, then again, I think there's some potential matches out there to work on this. I guess I'd like to start with $300,000 to appropriate to allow us to advance and maybe use that as a stand-up to see if we can seek out some matches. I mean, as Supervisor Peters said, there was cooperation from the building industry and others on the other facility, and obviously you'd have the site identification and then have some ongoing costs, which would still be in the realm of this board's authority for consideration. But if we had that as a start, I think it allows us, as we've had a conversation with Area 4 and other parties. I know there actually is a nonprofit that Maxine Krugman and others are involved with, and to really begin the conversation and talking with some of the folks who are actually providing those services now, and maybe using some of the dollars that are available through other sources. Obviously, I don't think we have all those answers today, but I think this is worthwhile, and once we do it, then I think we're going to find out that there's folks that are willing to step up and be our partners in this. So that's what I'd like to start with. $300,000.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Bruce.
The next item on our list is a question regarding CRF funds, how much was allocated, contracted, spent. And I think we have the ability to do an overhead. And so I know it's an archaic technology, but hopefully.
Let's see if we can avoid the runaway Zoom.
So my office worked very quickly with the departments to try and summarize where we are, and there's a lot of stuff on here, so let me try and give you a general idea of what you're seeing here. So this does not include the $45 million that you allocated, and I will address that in the interest of transparency, but it does include the $32.9 million that was in the original revised recommended budget, either from the Coronavirus Relief Fund itself, funded directly from that money, or from net county costs that was made available because of the money that was freed up, and so used to fund that. So you see there's a total of $32.9 million. $15.5 million of that is essentially net county costs, is funded with net county costs, and $17.5 million is funded directly with CRF revenue. And you can see which departments. The largest allocation, of course, is to health services, $23.4 million. DCFAS with $6.9 million, and then human assistance with $2.3 million, and then some really quite small amounts for some of the other departments. So what we've identified here, if you go over to the fifth column, you will see is the amount that has been contracted or encumbered. And so out of the $32.9 million, $25.7 million has been contracted or encumbered, not necessarily spent. So the most significant amount is obviously in health services, $19.8 million. Then in DCFAS with $3.5 million, and then in human assistance with $2.3 million. And so that leaves about $7.2 million that has not yet been contracted. Again, the largest amount that's not been contracted is in DCFAS. They basically entered into a contract for half of the amount of the Dine and Home Sacramento program that they've been allocated. They are preparing another contract to come back for approval to continue that program, but that contract has not yet been approved. And then most of the remaining amount is in health services, again, where they've entered into contracts for a number of things, but there's still about $3.5 million that is not yet contracted for or encumbered in health services in a variety of areas, including contact tracing and a variety of other areas. And then the next to final column is the amount that's actually been spent. So spent as of yesterday is $13 million. That includes $11 million in health services, $2 million in DCFAS, and smaller amounts in other areas. With the remaining amount that's actually not spent, and I need to be careful about this because the departments wanted me to emphasize here that they haven't received the bills yet. But that doesn't mean some of this may not actually have been incurred because the bills obviously come in monthly or whenever they come in. So some of this may not actually be unspent, but literally not out the door as of yesterday was $19.9 million. By far the largest part is in health services, where they've about $12.3 million that literally hasn't been spent out the door yet, about $4.9 million in DCFAS, and the full $2.3 million in human assistance, and then some fairly small amounts in other areas. And then just for transparency purposes, there is the $45 million that your board has allocated. Of that amount, about $17.2 million has been there's a contract encumbrance for, but only about $1.6 million has literally been spent. So there's still about $43 million, or there's still a substantial amount of about $43 million in money that hasn't yet actually been spent there.
Basically since the 19th.
Yeah, basically right, which you would expect, right? Yeah. So that's, in summary, that's the answer to that question.
Okay, before we get to a question or comment by Supervisor Kennedy, I just want to make sure I understand that of the universe of the 32.9 million, the answer to the question, how much of that is currently left at the discretion of the board to reprogram if we so choose, is 7.2?
No, I would say it's really closer to 19 million. Okay. Because you can always cancel the contract. I mean, really, until it's actually spent, you have the ability not to spend it. But yes, I think in a way, if you don't want to get into canceling contracts, yes, then it would be about 7.2 million.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Kennedy?
Yeah, thank you so much for this. This is extremely helpful. Just as a clarification, because I hear different things from different people. We talk about being spent. Does that mean, I've also heard that services have to be delivered by them. Which one?
So this simply means that we've received an invoice and paid them.
Okay.
That's what spent means.
But we don't risk, if we've received an invoice and paid it, but we haven't provided services, do we risk losing that money?
If we wouldn't pay them if we didn't receive the services. I mean, unless there may be some advances in this, I don't know, but typically we wouldn't pay them.
So your definition of being invoiced and then paid is they received the services?
Well, I mean, it is possible there could be advances in here.
No, there's no. It has to be spent. So when we get them, there has to be an invoice that shows what was the money spent on, then we write the check for it.
Okay, right. Just wanted that clarification.
Yeah. Right.
Okay, any further questions for Brett on this? No, this is helpful. Supervisor Frost?
I just want to make sure that I understand that we're still going to come to the question of economic recovery funds.
That's the next question.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Peters?
I'm wondering if the clerk could get us a paper copy of this.
I have paper copies, sorry.
Oh.
Wow.
Good for you.
That's really archaic.
Well, I'm assuming this is going to disappear in a moment.
Not handwritten.
Thanks, Britt.
Okay. So then, as Mr. Gill indicated, the next item on our list is economic recovery, environmental management, and economic development. And Troy Gibbons, Director of Economic Development, will be addressing the board on this issue.
Thank you, Britt. Good morning.
Morning.
Yes, still morning. Before I start, I want to just give an indication that I'm here as the economic development representative, but this represents work from multiple different departments, including in the Public Works Agency, as well as a heavy lift from the Environmental Management Department and other departments as well. As it relates to small business support, we've done a variety of different things at the county, including building permit and planning department permit extensions, business license payment extensions,
fee deferrals and rent deferrals for small businesses located at the airport. Temporary use permits, we were the first jurisdiction within the county to allow for restaurants to move outdoor dining, as well as other traditional indoor businesses to move outdoors as well. We've distributed personal protective equipment through the Office of Emergency Services to both jurisdictions as well as individual businesses throughout the county as well. And we've recently started the Business Navigator program, which provides direct assistance in complying with the public health order focused on underserved communities throughout the unincorporated area of Sacramento County. As you're aware, the Environmental Management Department covers both environmental health, which includes restaurants, mobile food trucks, commissaries, farmers markets, grocery stores, and an environmental compliance division, which covers manufacturing operations, dry cleaners, auto repair, gas stations, chemical storages, and retail facilities as well. So it covers a broad spectrum throughout the county in both the unincorporated areas and within the cities as well. So they've been primarily focused on providing businesses with COVID-19 guidance, offering assistance with complying with the public health order, as well as identifying business sectors that might require additional hands-on assistance as well. So through this efforts and through the $45 million that was allocated from your board a couple of weeks ago, $3 million of that has been allocated to EMD to continue these efforts along with other county departments in support of that, including my department and others, where we'll be conducting a series of webinars. They have started those already. Be doing social media outreach as well as individual business assistance and compliance. As we move through this, a lot of this information has been translated into multiple different languages as well, recognizing that that might be of assistance to small business. So I'd like to give a big shout out to Marie's group for doing that as well. And there's a recognition, obviously, that this may not stop at the end of the year, so we'll be continuing to flex and figure out how we do this. Going forward, when you tally all that up, it will be in excess of $3.5 million, between $3.5 million and $4 million.
Okay. Any questions for Troy? Supervisor Frost.
I'm not sure this is a question. It might be a comment or a request. I first wanted to focus on the small businesses and the letter that we received from, the outlying cities, the mayors, and also we received this morning a letter from Metro Chamber that kind of summarized what some of the other counties are doing to assist with economic recovery. And it's
Sue, before you go, could I put your presentation on the overhead so we can?
I don't have specific notes as far as a number. I'm not sure.
Would have been good to have it.
Okay, so
sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to see it.
Yeah, it's okay. I think it's hard to know where to start, but here's what I'm bringing out. I have experienced with the small business. The small businesses represent the engine that creates revenues that flow not only to the community, creates jobs, creates tax revenues, sales tax revenues. It's part of that chain that kind of got stopped when the wheel of the economy got stopped. And they're out there in the streets and they're suffering with unique challenges. I got a call from one of my constituents who owns a hair salon, and she's trying to get her hairstylists to come back to work, and they're not sure they should come back to work because they don't know if the governor's going to shut it back down again. And so her challenge is she needs them to come back to work so that she can pay her rent. And a lot of the property owners have, during this time, basically just said, don't worry about your rent. Don't worry about it. We'll just close it down and we'll figure it out later. There are people who have negotiated themselves out of an existing lease after spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to capital improvement to get a restaurant or something started, and they've paid to get out. And I think the point that I'm making is that the business community now is trying to hang on, and they represent something unique. First of all, this budget we're balancing with a boatload of one-time money. And so while our focus is to maintain programs and not lay off county employees, I think that by investing in the small business community and economic recovery with some of the CARES Act money would be a way to prop up potential or reduce potential losses in the future to the county by way of property taxes, sales tax, all of that. It's a way to help us come back faster, and obviously there are other counties who see that. I know that all the other areas are vital. I mean, the public health is vital. There are a lot of people suffering right now, but the businesses are vital to the community. The community can't wait to get out and go to a restaurant. But the businesses had to change their whole business model. Some of them are now doing food so they can serve their beer. And some of them have moved outdoors and spent a lot of money to repurpose their parking lot. And so I guess I would like to see us redirect some of the CARES Act money, a good chunk of it. And I think a good way to direct that money would be to economic recovery by way of rent and mortgage assistance for small business owners who, to just give them a leg up to help them, with hang on longer or help them come back, help them to restart. Some of them are in bankruptcy now and they can't get the loan to restart their business. So now they've lost everything and they can't get going again. But I think a good place, I think we need to invest, I'm asking for $20 million. I think we should redirect some of the money to economic development throughout the county that will help the small business community hang on and come back and potentiate economic recovery and shore up our future revenues that we'll be thinking about in the coming year or two.
Supervisor Tully?
Yeah. Well, thanks, Troy, for your presentation, and I think that certainly, the outline that you spoke to, again, we led the way in some respects, and obviously have done complementary work to what the cities have done. But with the communication we received both from the 6 mayors, and then obviously we had a second letter from City of Rancho Cordova, there is this focus, certainly Supervisor Frost spoke to it, on recovery. And it would seem to me that we might be in a good position to sit down with our representatives from our cities. There's 6 of them assigned here. Obviously, even there are 7 cities in this county, and to talk about maybe a coordinated approach. Recognize obviously that unincorporated area is where we have businesses that depend upon county for permitting and entitlements and oversight. But obviously EMD has that for all the cities. But again, there's not unlimited dollars here, but I think there are a range of possibilities, and some of them are suggested by colleagues here. I don't know what all those are, and I think recovery can be months, if not years, if ever in some cases. I think that's obviously some of the fears here, is that some of the folks are now getting so deep that they're going to be unable to recover, at least in their current business model. And so I don't know if you've got any thought to that, or you've had conversations. I know you talk with brethren and colleagues in other cities. And
we've been strategizing on that, and we will be reaching out to our counterparts in the cities within the county.
Because I think knowing the approaches and having some ability to, obviously you have a committee and, NAV and others participate in, but I think here, and again, hearing from some of our chambers with business groups, but certainly the city representatives who've, written to us as colleagues, to have, beyond, the benefit you have of, having those discussions, have some conversation. And, I'm not settled on any particular amount of money, again, recognized as unlimited, but there may be a way to help at least some of these folks in some of the areas where they have greatest need, and it may be it may be some assistance in the form of some monetary assistance, or maybe other things that you already alluded to. And I don't know how widely known that is. I think when people are struggling day to day just to make sure the key still works in the lock in the door if they're a tenant and so forth, they may not be thinking about some other things that could provide benefit, but they're not even turning a dollar right now in order to cover any of the costs or very little of those costs. So, I'm very interested in this, and again, I appreciate the appeal from our colleagues, and I think we're all kind of grappling with the same thing. And certainly, this is not unique to Sacramento County or to this region, states throughout the nation, and probably the world in some cases. But I think that if we're prudent about the way we apply our resources and come up with a plan that maybe is coordinated, maybe different jurisdictions. But we have some resources I think available to us to make those decisions. Again, I'm not prepared necessarily to settle on a dollar amount today, but I'd like us to maybe move post haste on this to see what we can do to. Again, some of these have limitations. We have the ability to reprogram them, so maybe we could do something to even when we do come out of lockdown or get into a different tier as it relates to some of the orders that are in place that don't even allow business to even consider opening right now. Thanks.
Thank you.
Supervisor Kennedy?
Yeah, thanks, Troy. As Supervisor Peters said, since we don't have it in front of us, I was trying to take notes and all that. But bottom line, did you say that we've done $3.5 to $4 million in small business assistance?
We will do $3.5 to $4 million worth of small business assistance, all combined with the EMD dollars that have been programmed through the last $45 million tranche that the board took action on, as well as the Navigator program and some of the other activities.
Okay, and that doesn't include the Dine at Home Sacramento, which also has an economic development component to it.
That's correct. EMD has been very involved in that.
Correct.
So you could actually add some of that in there.
That's another
6.9 there, yeah.
Yeah, 6.9.
Okay.
Supervisor Frost?
I just want to reiterate and say that when we feed economic recovery, we are feeding revenues that are going to pay for these programs on an ongoing basis. The fact that we are balancing our budget with one-time money means at some point, if the money doesn't come, someone's going to be cut. And we don't want to make those decisions. I think our priority right now for this budget should be to feed economic recovery. It's like we can give them a fish or we can teach them how to fish. We need to build strength in the community and prop up the businesses. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I think everyone will recall that I was the one that asked for this breakdown in terms of the balance of CRF, and again, very helpful. I also mentioned last night that there may be some non-monetary adjustments to the activities that especially EMD might be able to take on in terms of reducing the cost associated with what they do, especially relative to restaurants. And I don't know if that's already been implemented or not, but I think it's something that should be.
I know Marie has deferred fees, but I'll let her speak to that.
She has a program, Supervisor Serna, but she can give more details.
Okay.
And even augmenting on that, that's what she can augment more on that.
Okay, great, thank you.
Hello.
Morning.
Chair Serna and board members, Marie Wooden with Environmental Management Department. Yes, we have been dealing with this pandemic, and we are very sympathetic to the businesses that we oversee and regulate. We've been providing assistance with guidance on how to comply with the state health officer's order and to avoid penalties from the state strike force that has been in our community checking on businesses. They were in downtown, midtown, and our restaurants did pass their inspection checks without penalty. So we feel we're being successful, at least providing them with guidance. Regarding their fees, what we've done is we've modified the inspection in that we are focusing on more high-risk type of violations, and the violations that are more minor or can be delayed in correction, we are imposing those, which is like, for example, if you have to replace flooring or equipment, we can delay those type of corrections. We are not a general fund department, so we cannot just waive their fees. The ones that are struggling, and right now our count is about, I would say about 300 either out of business or they're temporarily closed, and that number is changing. Our inspectors are telling us that the PPP loans that they have received, when they run out, they're probably going to close their doors. The smoke right now is not helping their situation because people do not want to go out to dine out and eat ash. So I have heard that an assembly member is talking to the governor's office to try to get a variance for this smoke type situation so they can go inside. I was going to have a conversation with the California Restaurant Association to see if they're working on that. What we're also doing is trying to work with them and put them on a payment plan and waive the penalty for a late fee. The other thing we're doing is if they're temporarily closed, for instance, like the movie theaters have been closed since March, that we will extend their payment based on the date that they've been temporarily shut down. So those are things that we can do for them. I don't have any grant money to give them. We're just trying to work with them the best that we can and answer their questions. We're trying to work with even the agritourism in Supervisor Natoli's district. He had Fog Willow Farms. There is no state guidance for a pumpkin patch. So we had to wrestle with that. We were able to find some guidance in some other states, the state of Washington, even New York. So we applied those COVID mitigation principles to agritourism and successfully helped him open his farm back up. So we're trying the best we can. We work closely with public health, and as Troy said, we are working with economic development, their Business Environmental Resource Center, to try to get messaging out, to try to answer the questions in the other outlying cities. So Rancho Cordova is always calling us, can this facility remain open? We try to work with them based on the state guidance and try to make it work.
So thank you for that. You mentioned that you don't have a grant to offer. Hypothetically, if you did have a source of funding, and I don't know if it would be couched as a grant necessarily, but if you had something to actually provide some direct financial assistance, how would that be applied in the world of EMD?
I guess it would be like case by case, maybe how long they've been shut down, because the different phases, or these now are into tiers. So there's different sectors that have been impacted. Like let's say body art, they've been shut down, and I think they were allowed to open maybe a week or 2 weeks, and they were shut down again. Restaurants, unfortunately, they have been like a yo-yo. They were allowed to go in, they ramped up, they hired all their employees, bought their food, only to be shut down by the state health officer.
I guess what I'm asking is, would you take the funding and apply it towards buying down the cost of fees, buying down the cost of penalties? How would you actually use it?
For us, we would probably use it to subsidize fees. Okay. That's all I can do.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I have a question.
Supervisor Frost and then Supervisor Peters.
Well, I just wanted to say I know restaurants are on our mind, but I have other people on my mind. Retail, hairdressers. There's all kinds of businesses that are struggling because they can't pay their rent and more. I just hope we're not. I will hope we're going to fund economic recovery across the board.
Supervisor Peters.
A question for you that is not in your jurisdiction, so you may not know what the parameters are, but I've been reading that the state of New York is, or maybe it's just Manhattan, I don't know, is reopening their restaurants soon at 25% capacity, indoor dining. I assume because the weather's hopefully going to change. What conditions allow them to be able to do that?
When we go to the red tier, we're in the purple tier right now, so they're not allowed, they can't go inside.
That's the state of New York is what I'm...
New York, probably because of their caseloads, they were able to get their numbers down. So it's whatever their state agency, public health department is allowing them to do, probably based on their numbers and their caseload of COVID and death rate.
Okay. Well, maybe it's a question for Dr. Bielenson to compare the two. Thank you.
Okay. Any further question or comment for EMD? Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Troy.
Brett.
So the next issue on our list is the Mental Health Crisis Center expansion issue, law enforcement drop-off that was raised. And Ryan Quist, the Deputy Director of Health Services for Behavioral Health, will address that issue.
But before we have Dr. Quist come up, you did send out an email detailing how much the extra cost will be for expansion in the hours.
I'm sorry?
You did send out an email that showed if you were to expand what the hours, what the monetary cost is. You want to go over that?
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, I'll have Ryan do it.
The mobile unit?
Yeah, it's a question that Supervisor
Not
Candy...
last night, anyway.
No, Supervisor Candy had asked a question, and we sent out, just as background, that if we were to expand the hours, how much would that end up costing? But I thought Brett had done it, but Dr. Quist can do it.
Okay.
All right, good afternoon, morning?
Almost.
Ryan Quist, Behavioral Health. So I had it, do you want to go to mobile crisis support teams first? I had it in a slightly different order. Supervisor Kennedy asked for some information regarding our number of beds within the county. So I was going to start there. Is that okay? All right.
And let me just say that this was in direct response to a caller who seemed to think that we have no services for homeless people. So, I mean, for mental health people.
Yeah, there was feedback around not having enough beds because at one point the county reduced the number of beds at the treatment center, and there was concern about that. And at that point we did reduce beds. But we still have 50 beds there. Since then, we have also we have county-controlled beds in our psychiatric hospital facilities. We have 2 psychiatric hospital facilities that are already open with another 32 beds. Then we have another psychiatric hospital facility that's opening, knock on wood, hopefully in January. So that would be another 16 beds. And then here in the county of Riverside, we have 3 large freestanding psychiatric...
You mean Sacramento.
What did I say?
Riverside.
Oh my goodness. I haven't slipped on that for a long time.
Been here 2 years.
I'm so sorry.
He's dedicated to this community.
Ryan, there's a hint right there.
Thank you. I haven't slipped on that for a while. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Here in Sacramento County, we have 3 large
You can use lack of sleep, Ryan, as an excuse. Everybody can, so you're good.
So sorry. 3 large freestanding psychiatric hospitals with a total of, now I can't even see, 366 beds. So we have lots of beds here in Sacramento County. We have 1 more psychiatric hospital that's coming on board maybe around January-ish with another approximately 120 beds. So lots of beds. I do commonly hear the feedback that we heard both from the sheriff yesterday as well from the caller that there's concerns because they don't have someplace to take in real time. They don't have an alternative to not calling 911 in order to call law enforcement or emergency services. My redirection on that one is that we did invest here in Sacramento County. We didn't reinvest in urgent care center funded by MHSA Innovation Funds. The accurate feedback on that we've received over the time is that it's a really great service. It helps folks a lot, but it's only open from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. So it has limited hours. We did include in the growth request some expansion to the urgent care clinic in order to provide additional capacity at that site. Were those the main topics that you wanted me to cover?
Just for some clarification, those larger numbers, the 366 and the 120, are those private insurance, or is there a mix?
It's a mix.
Okay.
And there'll be county, Sacramento County, as well as other county.
Right. And in those numbers, did it include what we've done with Dignity up at San Juan?
That is not a psychiatric hospital, but we do have a CSU there.
It's CSU,
so,
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So my point is that, I take umbrage when people call in and say we're not doing anything to help people with mental health issues. So,
yeah.
Thank you.
Could I just follow up on that, Patrick? What we've found in the past is that the information for if a person is being picked up for transport and they don't know where to take them, is that there's not a good connection between, let's say, a deputy and a phone number of where can I take this person. They may take it to a place that's already full. Take a person, not take a person. So that connection of where they can be taken is missing, and you might look into that.
We do have as
common conception.
That was one of your other questions. Was to reference that we have our law enforcement hotline that's available through the treatment center, where law enforcement can call and get a consult when we're not in COVID.
Is that 24/7?
It's 24/7.
Okay. Well, maybe you need to get the word out again.
We try to. We try to, every time this concern comes up, we remind them. So definitely. Before COVID, they would be able to actually link them directly into our county-operated intake stabilization unit. With COVID, we did have to make some modifications to that, as all congregate living situations have. Just like skilled nursing homes, it's a very dangerous place in terms of the spread of COVID, and so they are now requiring COVID positive tests, which they can obtain by going to an emergency department. That was my presentation on that part of it.
President Tolley?
Yeah, just Ryan, I want to follow up on it just a little bit. So the protocol in the last 6 months has been that if they're transporting someone, they have to take, are now required.
Supervisor Tolley, I've been informed that we're off the air again.
Oh, okay.
So we'll go ahead and take a 10-minute recess.
Well, maybe we
try and resolve the issue.
Why don't we go to lunch? It's 12 o'clock.
All right. Why don't we break for lunch then for an hour? We'll resume. Hopefully the technical problems will be solved by 1 o'clock.
Sorry about that, Ryan.
I'd like to call back to order this meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors for Thursday, September 10th, 2020. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll and establish a quorum?
Yes, good afternoon. Supervisors Frost?
Here.
Kennedy?
Here.
Natoli?
Here.
Peters?
Here.
Cerna?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Great, thanks. And again, apologize to those that were watching. We had some technical difficulties, but we're back online. So we're going to resume where we left off. I believe we were on the subject of mental health.
All right, good afternoon. This is Ryan Quist, Behavioral Health. And then, Supervisor Natoli, did you have a question?
I did.
I also have Supervisor Peters in the queue too. So.
Yeah. Let me look at my notes here. I'm not so sure what I was going to ask at the time. So
let me go to
yeah.
Oh, well, we look alike,
that's right. That's good.
Supervisor Peters.
Ryan, we went off the air just as I was asking you a question about where the deputies should take homeless individuals that they pick up, and I thought our exchange was a little garbled, so I want to make sure. I want you to tell us again how many beds are available. And then I also want to discuss getting a memorandum out to, or whatever order you call it, to the sheriff's department and all the chiefs, so they can explain it to their patrol officers, because my understanding is that right now the individuals they pick up are delivered to Kaiser Morse. Kaiser has at least two deputy sheriffs that have been hired to handle the situation there that can get heated sometimes, and then they discharge them into the parking lot where the deputies have to follow up. So, but they seem to think that's their only place. So I think there isn't good communication there, as I was talked about, and the phone number is fine, but I think it's kind of a regular thing that you all ought to do and communicate in writing, because there's always new people in these large departments. So I just think that's very important to do, because you've got beds scattered all over the county. So why don't you run through the number of beds again and their locations, if you've still got your notes with you, and then plan to put them in a memorandum, within the next week or so.
Thank you. Thank you for that recommendation on the memorandum. So the county operates 50 beds at the treatment center. We have 2 psychiatric hospital facilities that are county controlled with 16 beds each. We have another psychiatric hospital facility coming online hopefully in January with another 16 beds.
Is that the one on Auburn Boulevard?
Okay.
I'm
not sure.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Okay.
And then we also have 3 crisis residential programs, which I don't think I mentioned last time, with 15 to 16 beds each. And we have 2 more crisis residential programs coming online relatively soon, before the end of the year, I'm hoping. And then in terms of our large freestanding psychiatric hospitals, there's 3 of them with a grand total of 366 beds. And then we have another psychiatric hospital that's coming on board. This one, I do know where it's at. It's near Expo. It's bringing on approximately 120 beds.
So a deputy who picks up a homeless individual could take those individuals to any one of those locations?
Right now, in COVID era, probably not. I think they need a health screening.
Hopefully COVID isn't going to be with us forever, but so I just want to separate those two.
Mm-hmm. They typically need a health clearance, so typically it would need to go to an emergency department first.
So, and is it just one hospital, one emergency?
No, any emergency department.
Okay.
We also have our urgent care, which...
We're talking about the unincorporated area here, because that's who the deputy sheriffs, where they work. So is it just one hospital in the unincorporated area?
Where are the other hospitals? I'm trying to think.
Well, there's Mercy San Juan, there's Kaiser, there's down south, there's, used to be called Methodist.
Dignity Methodist.
Yeah.
And then Dignity is that one in the city? That one's in the city, I think. So,
well, I think the procedures need to be laid out in this memo.
Okay.
And where the deputies can deliver people. And then what happens when they get out of the hospital? Does the hospital put them in a taxi to go to a psychiatric facility, or does somebody pick them up, or how does that work?
If they go into an emergency room, they get assessed for whatever's going on. Some of them, they may just need to sleep off whatever substance they're on. In those instances, they might be released. If they need a psychiatric bed, then they would be coordinating with any of these facilities that we're talking about.
What's the difference between those two issues?
Most emergency rooms are attached to a general acute hospital and for some reason they don't have psychiatric beds, which is something that I advocate that we want to get our hospitals to have psychiatric beds so that I can bill Medi-Cal, so that I don't have to spend our inpatient budget twice as fast. So that's something constantly talking with hospitals about.
So somebody comes in and they need to sleep, they're looked at, they need to sleep it off versus someone who's got serious psychiatric issues. How can you tell if someone's out of it on drugs and alcohol?
Medical professional would do that assessment.
They can tell the difference?
Yeah.
Okay.
If I can follow up, don't all the emergency rooms now have navigators for this purpose?
Yes, we have county-funded positions at a lot of our,
Okay,
almost
so
all
then
of our.
let's get back to how do they get from the emergency room to a psychiatric hospital if they fall into that category?
Through a medical transport.
Okay, so the hospital puts them in medical transport and they go to psychiatric hospital. Okay.
Correct.
I don't suppose you have any idea what percentage are told to sleep it off, quote unquote, compared to those who go to a psychiatric hospital?
I don't have access to the emergency room data, so it's not something we fund, and so consequently, I don't get that data. I get the data on the ones that end up at the psychiatric hospitals.
Okay. All right, well, I think it's very important to get this information out, and that it ought to be on some, once a year you send it out, update.
Thank you, that's a good recommendation.
People get companies get contracts and lose contracts, and new beds come on, et cetera. Thank you.
Supervisor Frost.
Ryan, I was just asking right after the internet went down, I was asking for a list of the facilities and all the hospital beds, mental health hospital beds we have, and I'm wondering if you can also indicate how many beds for seriously mentally ill versus, because some of those are not seriously mentally ill, right?
If they're in a psychiatric emergency, then they are in a psychiatric emergency regardless of whether or not they have a chronic serious mental illness or not. So they would still be able to utilize our psychiatric hospitals.
But they're not, it's for short-term stays or long-term stay?
Hopefully short-term stays.
Or whatever's necessary?
Whatever's necessary.
Okay. So all of them could be seriously mentally ill?
All of them. There are people who will have a panic attack of some kind that might go to the emergency room, might have an episode of having anxiety that might need to go to a psychiatric hospital, but then might not be in the category of a serious mental illness, which would be more of a chronic condition.
Okay, great. I'll look forward to that. Thank you. I was just having trouble wrapping my head around all the numbers that you threw out, so thank you.
Thank you, and I'll put the hotline number for our law enforcement hotline is 916-875-1170.
That should be on your memo.
Yep. Gotcha.
There's a memo involved here in case you didn't get that.
I caught it.
All right.
Supervisor Natoli?
And I think it's important, we certainly heard from folks who identify with the Sheriff's Department, but to the point, there are 7 cities in this county, and a couple are served by the Sheriff's Department under contract, but the remainder have their own police. And so it's important, again, there's change in personnel with their chiefs, with their lead folks, and not all the folks come from the unincorporated area of the county. And so I think, Ryan, is going to require us beyond putting together a memo that might go to the Sheriff's Command staff, but make sure and we have the proper contacts with those cities, and that needs to be kept current. I mean, I think it's so very important, and the question I was going to ask you before the break, Supervisor Peters covered most of it, was just kind of this more indirect approach to actually making sure that the folks are, one, properly evaluated, but that upon discharge that they're not just, set loose in the parking lot, or if we don't have enough beds, what happens. And then obviously it certainly has its impact upon the hospital facilities. But I think the frustration that obviously law enforcement, maybe social workers and others as well, and trying to get, making, the proper connections. And when we had central intake, and I was going to ask you also that you said we had to change our protocols so that our intake was now requiring somebody to go to the emergency room before you would actually admit them to the mental health center, the beds that we do have there. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, they're asking for a negative COVID test right now.
And they can get that immediately? Or they got to wait 14 days?
No.
I'm being facetious.
This is a recent thing that we did, and as a part of the $13.5 million that you approved for testing. Dr. Bielenson was extremely supportive of behavioral health and included a pool of tests that are specifically for behavioral health purposes, and one of the pools of money within that is specifically for rapid tests to facilitate any transitions from one facility to another.
Including initial admittance to
Including
a facility.
initial admittance.
So, but they could be at the hospital for a couple days? I mean, we don't get, some tests, I guess, are almost on demand, or do you get a test within hours? What does it require? If you get somebody who's in the, in this transitional state, and they're trying to figure that out, they're at the hospital emergency room, how long does it take, and who authorizes that test being done?
Most of the emergency rooms currently have a rapid test. We hear that typically they're able to get done in 2 to 6 hours.
Okay.
That's what we're hearing. Sometimes there's shortages of those rapid tests though, and so this additional pool of rapid tests will be able to help supplement. We don't want to replace their existing testing out there, but we do want to supplement when it's necessary to facilitate movement between facilities.
And if you could you ran through it pretty quickly. What was the bed count? You talked about this unit, that unit, 15 here, 20 there. I thought you said 100 somewhere, but.
The freestanding psychiatric hospitals have a grand total of 366.
That's where we're buying thousands of bed days every year?
Those 366 aren't all ours. Those are shared with private pay as well as other counties in the area.
Yeah, but we're paying $25–30 million a year for occupying those beds there.
Yeah, and so our focus there has been on front door, back door options for placement. So we've increased our access. We have a contract now for adult residential treatment, which would be a step down. Or it goes psychiatric hospital down to a mental health rehabilitation center, and that's all we had before. And there's a shortage of mental health rehabilitation center beds. So now we have another level of adult residential treatment and another level of augmented boarding care.
And this is where you have somebody that actually brings them to be admitted or to be evaluated or both. But, and again, I know you're going to be reporting back on the mobile crisis support teams. We talked quite a bit about that last night, and I don't want to get ahead of anybody's responses here. But if you're able to triage the situation in the field and negate having to actually transport, let alone admit, and then maybe transport to another location. You certainly want to have a proper evaluation and not leave people stranded without services. But I mean, it would seem to me there's a complement, and I get a picture as you've described it, of kind of how the system works out there. There's points of connection, but there's also a lot of, and I kind of take this from a couple of other comments by my colleagues here, there's a lot of potential for disconnecting too. If you're the law enforcement officer, maybe even you're a social worker, whatever, you may have certain resources available and knowledge to you, but I don't know how everybody plugs into all that. And while you're dealing with these situations, probably in a very constant pace, is there any central? You said there's a hotline number for law enforcement, but is that available to others? I mean, is it just? You said law enforcement, so all the police departments have that. They all know that. CHP knows that. I mean, the agencies all. And who's the person that you have a live operator 24/7 that answers that?
Who is it? It's staff at the mental health treatment center.
Okay, so it is 24/7, 365.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, enough questions for now. Thanks.
Okay. Any other questions or comments for Ryan?
I want to segue to mobile crisis support teams, and so we'll give the context, and I think that a couple of you had questions or discussion around it. So for the public, our mobile crisis support teams are teams where we have a county clinician that's paired up with a law enforcement officer and doing a ride-along model where they go out into the field and dispatch sends them to situations where they believe that somebody with a mental health challenge is involved with that. We have really great outcomes around avoiding psychiatric hospitalizations and around avoiding possible jail bookings. So this is something that we have had here in Sacramento County for a little while. Last year, you approved expansion of mobile crisis support team from from 6 teams up to 5 teams. One note I would have is that
Up to 11. Yeah, you just said
6 teams up to 11 teams.
We added
so we
5.
added 5.
Riverside County.
We're not going to forget that.
I know. I'm going to beat myself up worse, I promise. So we did approve that expansion last year. Here in the state of California, we have an extreme shortage on the number of licensed clinicians in the field, and then in the region itself, we have an even greater shortage of clinicians. And then within that, you need specialized folks that are both trained and have experience that would be appropriate for doing these types of ride-along models. And so it is a task to do recruitment, and we're working very hard at doing that.
Thank you. Supervisor County.
Thanks, Ryan. I'm actually going to read a lengthier statement.
Can you bring the microphone? Sorry.
I'm not supposed to pass the tape. I'm actually going to, read, which I hardly ever do in this circumstances, but I want to make sure that I capture all of my thoughts. What I would like to see, I spoke about it yesterday, is, I'd like to see us develop a more robust mobile mental health crisis team system, providing more appropriate and timelier care. The goals of this would be provide appropriate care for individuals in crisis, taking a public health view on public safety to meet the needs of people where they are and address those needs outside the criminal justice system. Alleviate the needs for deputies who, as the sheriff pointed out, are very expensive, to spend time in areas that they are not adequately trained. To reduce the jail population, which has multiple benefits of addressing our desires to see a reduction in the population, will ultimately decrease the number of personnel at the jail and help satisfy the spirit of the May's consent decree, and doesn't criminalize mental illness. What's it look like? I'm not going to develop a program from the dais, as we have far more qualified people to do that, and I do understand that you and Dr. Bielenson have been looking at this already. But I'll use Denver as a quick example. Denver adopted the Support Team Assistance Response, or STAR program, which sends a mental health professional and a paramedic to mental health related 911 calls instead of law enforcement. Denver's a good example, as they have had a crisis mobilization team very similar to Sacramento County's existing program since 2016, and using the STAR pilot program to augment and provide more services geographically and during expanded hours. As was stated last night, we have the experience and data to show where calls are coming from and when. We're not starting from scratch, and there are other entities in the county performing similar work that we could actually leverage, like the Mental Health First organization, just to name one. Now, budget, since it's where we're essentially here. Let me start by prefacing this by saying that I don't use the phrase decarcerate. I don't use the phrase defund in particular. I think the phrase defund is misleading. And if you ask 10 people what it means, you'd have 10 different answers. So I don't want to get hung up on something that's a lightning rod, politically charged phrase. So I'm not going to do that. But it is appropriate, I do believe, to fund this out of the sheriff's budget, as there's a direct nexus between providing better services for our residents while freeing up law enforcement services and time. It will alleviate the current situation of deputies acting as frontline social workers, which I think we all agree is not the best situation, and results in less desirable outcomes for the county and, more importantly, for those that we serve. I suggest we spend $1.5 million from the sheriff's budget to get the program started. This should be enough to get it off the ground, and it falls within the amount, actually, of what the sheriff has repeatedly told us that he returns to the county every year. I don't see why this should be controversial. As I said, there's a direct nexus. The sheriff himself said that that's one of the areas that he thinks that we could work closer together on. So I would like to pursue that as an option. Again, I'm not going to micromanage and say how it's set up, but I would like to, since we cannot direct the sheriff how to spend his budget dollars, I would like to sequester $1.5 million from his budget for this purpose.
I have a question about that. I don't necessarily disagree with it at all. I think it's a good idea on its face. I just want to know the extent. Is this also applied to any adjustments that would be made to the hot teams as well?
No, this is separate of the hot teams.
Totally separate from hot.
Yeah.
Okay, because what I heard
It would serve some of the same population, obviously.
Right, and that's why I asked the question, is because I heard Sheriff Jones clearly say that he wasn't opposed either to some adjustment in terms of the composition of personnel that are currently, what we call the hot teams, which are our sheriff deputies that are going out in response to the plight of homelessness around the county. And that's something that certainly interests me, because I think he opened that door, quite frankly, and said that that he's not opposed to maybe a different set of people besides just sworn deputies that are doing that work. So I'd be interested in understanding if this couldn't also include some consideration of that, because I agree we're not going to design programs up here. And as the sheriff mentioned yesterday, and I tend to agree that just simply by budgeting and saying that you want to change the composition of hot teams doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be more effective off the bat. So I think we should kind of maybe even broaden this a bit to explore how the hot teams might actually incorporate more mental health focused personnel and clinicians.
And I would fully expect that the hot teams would interface with this group or program.
Okay. Any other questions, comments, suggestions on this subject? Supervisor Peters.
Patrick, I know you don't want to go into detail, but are you $1.5 million? So does that mean you want to add 4 or 5 deputies to learn, not adding to the number they already have, but take 4 or 5 deputies out for special training in this area? And because we've got people in the social services that we already have on board, so that wouldn't be an expense. I'm trying to figure out what the $1.5 million is for.
But first of all, you would need, just support of like vehicular support. I mean, you would need a van of some kind. But this would be more of this would not be training more deputies. This would be actually helping us to recruit. We're having problems, as Ryan said, to recruit the social services, social worker, clinicians. So it would help us go out and get those personnel. So this would not be, the whole key of this is to free up law enforcement and not make it law enforcement driven, just a complement to law enforcement. And the $1.5 million, I didn't just pull out of my head. I mean, it sounds like that's available, but it was also kind of similar to what other communities have spent to get this thing up and running.
So it's for equipment?
Not just equipment, also personnel. We need the clinicians, to hire the clinicians to go out and do this. This wouldn't be...
But that's in a different budget line.
That's why I'm saying take it out of the budget line. That's exactly what I said when I said sequester. I mean, take it out of the sheriff's budget, park it someplace else, and have a program that is complementary of what we're doing with the hot teams and other efforts.
Supervisor Frost?
I just want to make sure I understand it. Patrick, it seems like previously we had talked about the success of the mobile crisis support teams, and what you're asking for is to add to what we have, but while adding to what the sheriff is already doing, you want to take money out of his budget to reduce his budget for what he's already doing to add
No, this isn't
more.
this isn't at all what he's doing. This is what the mobile crisis teams are doing, more so, but on steroids. We need to add personnel, because when I hear out in the community, including from law enforcement, and the sheriff said so standing right there yesterday, that the 2 problems with the current mobile crisis teams are, one, there's not enough of them for geographical coverage, and the other is that they don't have the hours that are necessary. So I want to really hit those areas. This would not be law enforcement going out. This would be relieving law enforcement from going out. And that's
Are you saying, so we would have the same number of mobile crisis support teams, but we would have the counseling
those are
staff
details
on
that I would
call?
leave to these guys. Those are details that, I mean, as far as exactly what the program looks like, I'm just trying to allocate the resources with a policy direction.
I think what we're wrestling with is, my understanding that a deputy and a mental health professional go out together, so.
Typically what happens is a deputy goes out, and that's still going to be necessary in certain circumstances to make sure that there's de-escalation going on, and that it's secure for the clinicians when they get out there, and they're not putting themselves at any harm. So what happens is the deputy goes out. Once the deputy has identified, and at the same time, either the deputy or the dispatcher simultaneously rolls out the clinicians. They're in separate cars, they do separate work. Once it's been seen that the situation's safe, the clinicians have taken over. There's a lot of, in some communities, what they're doing is they're kind of bypassing some of that when it's clear, and you said yesterday, and you're absolutely right, that it's incumbent upon, the right training of dispatchers in programs like this, but we're already doing that, and well, I think. But, the dispatcher determines through protocols whether or not you send out a deputy and the team, or just the team. And that's what they've done in other communities. So in this, they don't necessarily go out together, they just go out at the same time. I mean, they're not in the same car, they're not, it's deputy makes sure everything's safe, deputy backs off, clinicians go in. That's how it currently works.
Well, wouldn't it be more logical to train the police dispatchers who also have to triage the situation as far as level of danger? I mean, so would someone have to call two dispatchers to
No.
for one
these are
situation?
These are our dispatchers, which, by the way, we just added a whole bunch. We're talking about it. No, this would go same. The dispatch side of it, in the way I envision it, again, I don't want to design it up here, but the way I envision it is that these would be dispatched just the same way as the crisis teams are dispatched now. That would seem seamless to most people. Now, would they require maybe a little more training? Perhaps, but they've been doing this for 3 years, so.
It seemed like the sheriff was amenable to these types of changes, and he basically even said, if this is something he'd be happy to explore. It seems like rather than making it it would be good to make it let's work on this and figure the program out before we allocate, take money out of his budget for it.
Supervisor Frost, you cannot start a program with no resources.
Well, he's not in the conversation, though, and it involves his department. That's because
we're the one that set the budget.
But
that's the responsibility
he's
of
the
5
operations, so shouldn't he be part of the conversation?
He returned $2 million last year, so I don't see this as a great hardship. And he returned money the year before that.
Well, I hear that, but I'm just thinking, shouldn't he be part of the conversation is all?
Well, he would be part of the conversation as we develop the program, obviously, but he doesn't need to be part of the budgeting conversation. That's our job.
Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, just I think, certainly the idea about having a team to respond to, the crisis situations and the calls for services is worthwhile, and, I'm supportive of that effort. I guess I would maybe draw NAV into the conversation here. It seems to me that, and again, we've, been for the last 24 hours, again, I think deluged with, a lot of the back and forth about, where it comes from, so, where the money comes from and whose budget is from. I would agree we can certainly rope off the funds. It would seem to me that in this budget, that we have the ability, and I think with the, certainly not just the willingness of the sheriff, I think certainly leadership Mr. Kennedy showing on the issue, I think with Mr. Quist at the dais there, we ought to be able to come up with a program. We can set aside the funding. I don't think it needs to come from anybody's budget in particular. This budget is our, is the county's budget, And if we just, and I guess I would ask you, Nav, if we tasked you with this to, bring the parties together to get this up and running, again, obviously it'll have to fall into some budget unit, and the dollars, in my view, as I was kind of run down through this, obviously, we're going to, be looking at something probably different next year, but for, I think, getting this up and going, it's been spoken to the need. And so I guess I would offer the suggestion, rather than take from here, give to there, give from here, and take it over to there, is that if we desire to do this, let's say, and again, you've given a number. I trust that's a number. If that's an annualized number, and there may be some hardware training, where those positions would fall, how they align with, departmental budgets and so forth. I don't feel compelled to have to do that here today. I think that if we want to say we want to set aside the funding to do that, and so I guess my question to you is that, if we gave you that task and just said, we wanted to fund this, you identify the funding, whether it's through salary savings or through other sources. Again, this budget obviously is a very fluid situation. You need to have some ability to show that it's balanced, but I'd like to have you weigh on this rather than getting, I can hear the back and forth kind of going here. And I think it's a good idea. We should probably fund it, but let's not necessarily get hung up on that here today.
Yeah.
So.
Part of the question, no issue with our office leading an effort between the sheriff and behavioral health, what this needs to look like. Part two on that is that once we identify what that's going to look like, we can be back to the board if adjustments need to be made, whichever budget that they identified. So that's doable for us.
Okay.
So if I may, Don, I guess part of the concern I have is that, and believe me, this is separate of everything that's going on out there right now. It's something I've been thinking about long before March, is that, looking at the largest part of our budget makes sense. It's just, you can't look at budget decisions without looking at the biggest chunk. If it was your household budget, you'd do the same thing. But once we allocate that money to the sheriff's budget, we lose it. We lose control over that money. And that's what I'm concerned about.
Well, again, but we have the ability, because there are salary savings in a given year that accrue, and any department doesn't have the authority to just respend those things, right? They have to come back through. So that's what I was pointing to, is that, whether it's sheriff's department or behavioral health, in particular their general fund dollars, again, we've allocated them, and they can be expended for the positions and or for the authorities that are given to those departments. But we have the ability to, and I trust there are probably already salary savings, because we're three months into the fiscal year, but there have been expenses that we probably incurred as well that we didn't anticipate. And I think the amount of money that you put forward is not, is just not unreasonable in the size of this budget. And if it helps us, be better at, serving people, then it makes sense to me. And again, I trust you can be back now, meeting with the department heads, figuring out where, whether it's allocated, but if we gave direction that we wanted to, fund the program, and you're tasked with, working with behavioral health and the sheriff and whoever else might be involved to figure that out, I trust you can be back to us fairly soon with that. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
Okay. Again, I know I understand your point, but I'm all that money, whatever's in people's budgets, they're not going to spend all their money between now and when this would be back to us in any department. Obviously, it's supposed to carry through the departments for the full year. It's an annualized budget. So I guess I'd be comfortable in giving direction if that's the number we pick, and then say back to the county executive and working with our elected sheriff and working with Ryan and Dr. Beelinson and others to figure out how we get this up and running and do it quickly. I think it's needed. I think it'll be a good supplement, and if it's another element to what we do in responding to calls for service, and if it does begin to decrease calls and so forth, I think that's part of the conversation. Maybe there should be some measurements behind this too, because I think that may help us in this board in future discussions about allocation of resources going forward in order to continue to support, maybe even to build upon it. So I guess I would just offer that as a suggestion. It seems to me that's in light of where we are with budget, that we could do that today and give that direction and not have to be so concerned about exactly where it comes from. So
I appreciate that, and the reason I appreciate what you said as far as do it quickly, because what I'm afraid of is we don't allocate money, that we're looking at the next budget cycle, and I don't want to wait another year to do this.
I'm with you. I think we could, that's what, I guess my question to you, Nav, would be, just while I still got the floor here, is that we could give that task to you today and say we wanted to set aside, and you would figure that out from where the sources and bring that back to us. And again, if $1.5 million is the right number, or if it's more, a little more, a little less, you would come back to us about how to stand that up and do that. Is that within the context we could do that today?
Yeah, yes, you could.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sure.
I'll get to Supervisor Frost here, who's been waiting patiently, but what I'm hearing over the last 5 minutes of conversation is that the idea that Supervisor Kennedy has suggested by design, in terms of the general vision, would reduce or minimize the amount of law enforcement resources necessary to hopefully have a greater efficacy in terms of responding to mental health crises out in the community. And so I'm kind of now listening to the back and forth, I kind of view it as a two-stage process. Certainly appreciate Supervisor Kennedy's need and sense of urgency to have it funded this budget cycle. I totally agree with that. Maybe we look at it two stages, is funding it from whatever sources that we task the CEO to go find those sources for the $1.5 million. But if the design of the program ultimately concludes that, yes, in fact, that would mean a reduction in the number of FTEs in the Sheriff's Department that would be, party to this new model, then I think there's no doubt about it that by definition it's going to amount to a reduction in the Sheriff's Department. And again, from what I heard from the sheriff last night, I don't know that he would necessarily object to that. I kind of heard that he wanted to get out of the business of being, his department being de facto mental health clinicians. So I would kind of hope that we can view it in in that framework as kind of this two-stage process. And I don't know how long it would take to design this new model, but I don't know that there's anything necessarily that would actually keep us from revisiting and understanding what it means for the shifting of especially personnel resources between departments to set this new model in motion.
And that's why I think our CEO could be very helpful in that regard. I think, bridging that and figuring that out, and whatever measurements for either shift of work or that again, I think, makes sense, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Frost.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, because I don't think the Denver study is completed yet. And so there might be information that comes out of that a better understanding or, that would be useful. And so I think it's good. I like the idea of moving in that direction of creating better efficiencies, but we don't know for sure how that plays out yet because they're still in the middle of that, right? They haven't completed their...
They're still in the pilot phase, yes, that's true.
Yeah, so they might learn something from it that would inform us and change the way we would set it up. So I'm not sure rushing, and I think that was one of the things that the sheriff, I agree, I don't think the sheriff has any angst over, he doesn't want to be in that, he's happy to work around this, but I'm just saying, I wonder if we should let them finish their pilot, watch it, and begin planning ours while they're still working through it, and rather than, reallocating funds yet, then find a way to have it make sense between the two budgets, and I don't think it's going to be a problem at all.
So, Mr. Chair, I apologize for the back and forth.
No worries.
But, debate is kind of what elected officials are paid to do, part of it. And the only reason I strenuously disagree with that approach is that they're called crisis teams for a reason, and I'm not interested in waiting until another jurisdiction finishes their pilot so we can learn everything. We could do that forever, because that's not the only one in the country. I'd rather see us lead and meet the needs that are on the street today.
I'm with, I support the idea of setting money aside. I prefer to not take from someone's budget from the sheriff's budget to do that. I like the way I liked what Don was alluding to, which was, let's explore, putting together a program, see what it looks like, and see where that money can come from.
Funded
as
appropriately.
We're working. Yeah, funded appropriately. And then maybe we can include the sheriff in the conversation of, because he may inform us on things we didn't know that would help us put together something better. So.
Okay, I'll end it with, I just seem to see a level of urgency here that I'm not hearing from everybody.
You're hearing it from me. Supervisor Natoli?
Yeah, well, I would just say that I understand the urgency, and I would agree with the urgency, and I think we have the ability. That's why I asked Mr. Gill that we can direct it as a part of our motions today, set funding aside at least for the estimated amount, and say go forth and be back to us. You give you a reasonable amount of time, Nav, and be back to us in 30 days or whatever with, whatever comes out of those the discussions and information, and working with Supervisor Kennedy and other folks that have expertise in the field. But we can fund it today, at least with an allocation, and then let you figure, bring that back to us in the whole. Is 30 days reasonable now? I mean, is that something, Ryan? And we're
I'm going to have to look at Ryan on that one.
We have begun some of the work with Bruce's group, so
Let's shoot for 30. If you can't get 30, we'll come back early November.
Okay, all right. But we can we can set the money aside and say figure it out. What would you prefer?
I think what I would prefer is that if that's what the charge is for us to work with health services and the sheriff, and bring a proposal back to you and say this is how this is going to be done.
Okay, let me just ask.
I don't think they're going to spend any money next.
No.
Whatever money they need, we have enough budget authority to get them through. But I understand the urgency is that we need to get something up and running. And let's get that up and running and get the two parties in the same room. Not that they're disagreeing. We just need to get them in the room, hammer this thing out, and come back to you.
And I just would ask, because I think it's relevant to the budget context, that while we're in session on budget, any three of us can take an action on something. If you get outside of that context, if we haven't allocated the money, then it requires at least four of us to concur on that. And I hear pretty much agreement across the board about the programmatic element. I just want to be sure about,
I think
he's comfortable. So.
I think if the desire, what I'm hearing is we need to have these teams. That's what our interest is.
Yeah.
What the funding's going to look like, Supervisor Kennedy is right. There will be salary savings, and at the end of the year, any general fund department that has savings, they come back central to be reallocated. So whatever money's left, we have the money in there. In the meantime, for the work that needs to be done, I do believe once you approve this budget, we have enough authority to get it going. But if you want to specifically say we're using 1.5 from the sheriff, then that's a decision the board needs to make. But if it's more generic, come back, get these things running, and then show us where the funding is, but more importantly, how to manage the crisis. That's how I kind of view.
But we can give you budget authority. We don't have to say where it comes from. We're going to tell you to go figure that out. But we say we want to make sure you give you the budget authority.
I don't need anything allocated for me to go do that. I just need to come back to you, show you what the program is and how that's going to be funded. Not dissimilar from a lot of programs we've started in the middle of the year. Then we come back and tell you this is where it's going to come from, and we move on. And if there needs to be a transfer of money between the sheriff and health services, in any case, we have to bring that back because we can't transfer between salary objects back and forth. Sure. That authority lies with the board.
And that's what I was going to touch on, is that let's say you go away for 30, 60 days, you come back with a designed new model, and it concludes, it spits out, in addition to how this is going to be much more effective and who's involved, but if it also spits out at the end of the design discussion that it means less resources necessary from the sheriff's department to make this model work as intended, then almost by definition that means a budget adjustment for that department, does it not?
Correct.
Yeah.
So the way that would look hypothetically, again, let's just go to 1.5 million. Let's say at the end of the exercise, it's 1.5 million that's identified by the team that's not needed. Let's just say the sheriff's. So when we bring you the program, ask you to approve the program, we will also have an adjustment at the same time, moving 1.5 out of that sheriff's budget unit to the appropriate budget unit in health services. So that's how that money gets moved over.
Well, that's all in the spirit of what I was recommending.
Right. Yeah, I think we're all in agreement. We need more of those So if this creates efficiencies, it's a good thing.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Was that your comment? Okay. All right.
So the next issue on our list is the issue of using asset forfeiture fund monies to purchase body cameras. And I'm going to be presenting that item, but Anita Pedden, who is the Chief of Finance and Administration for the Sheriff's Department, is here, and she is really the expert in that program. But I've had some extensive discussions with Ms. Pedden and with Under Sheriff Manis, and so I can sort of convey the gist of what we've learned. So first of all, just to remind the board, the cost of body cameras that is included in the fiscal year 2021 budget is about $2.1 million, a little less than $2.1 million, and that would include $675,000 for personnel in the Sheriff's Department to manage all of the various activities related to body cameras, such as making them available, reviewing them, all that sort of stuff, maintaining them, and then about $1.4 million in equipment and connectivity charges and things like that. And that distinction is important when you get to the issue of using asset forfeiture funds, because one of the prohibitions against on use of asset forfeiture funds is for personnel. So any personnel costs could not, clearly under the rules, under the law, could not be used for personnel costs for asset forfeiture funds. The county gets in the sheriff's. There is a budget unit, a restricted fund that contains asset forfeiture funds, and we get really asset forfeiture funds from two sources. We get federal asset forfeiture funds and we get state asset forfeiture funds, and both of them have categories, and some of those categories are very restrictive, like they can only be used for RICO activities or only be used for certain activities. And some of them, while they can only be used, there's still a lot of rules that apply, they can be used more broadly to, for example, purchase equipment. And so, and that's both from the federal and the state asset forfeiture funds. The asset forfeiture fund money that we get every year is in the area of around, $500,000 to $700,000 or so a year. We do not budget that revenue typically at the start of the fiscal year for two reasons. One, because the amount is variable and there's really no way to predict how much it's going to be in any particular year. And secondly, because on the advice of the federal and state government, there are very strong anti-supplanting rules. And I think the sheriff was alluding to this with regard to the use of these funds. And so to avoid audit issues with the use of these funds, they recommend that you actually appropriate them during the year. And that's what happens every year. You may recall you get, during most years, you get the sheriff coming in with a proposal to appropriate these funds and purchase equipment. And that's usually what they're used for. In summary, basically, there's not revenue coming in, but we do have money in reserve in the asset forfeiture funds, and we have in reserve in the amount that is less restricted, where you could use it for the sort of thing we're talking about in terms of equipment. We have about $3 million in reserve. Some of that the sheriff has plans for, and we'll have other plans for various things, but that's about $3 million. And body cameras would be and the related equipment would be an eligible expenditure of those funds. But what the sheriff indicated, and I've actually spent quite a bit of time looking at this now, and the sheriff's office main concern here is the very strong anti-supplanting provisions in both the federal and state laws and rules that relate to this money. And basically, they make it very clear that, in fact, they use as examples, if there's any situation where, for example, budget for a law enforcement agency is being reduced, and then this money is brought in, you could potentially run afoul of the supplanting provisions. And of course, in our case, there are two areas where we've got concerns here. One is because in the recommended budget, we're recommending funding these, not using this money. And more significantly, because that's not the adopted budget, but still it might raise audit questions, because we are proposing reductions in programs in the sheriff's budget, although not programs related to this. I think it's a gray area looking at the rules. I think the sheriff's department is a little more concerned that it's not allowable. There is a provision. The other rule is you can't use it for ongoing costs. So you would use it for just the cost for this year. There is a provision and that in the rules that allows, and I understand from Ms. Pedden that law enforcement agencies take advantage of this all the time, prior to making these decisions to actually ask for guidance from the federal government on this issue. And so that is, I think, the most prudent course here, if this is a direction the board wants to take, to use this money for this purpose, which would be, again, for the about 1,391,000 basically of the cost, minus the part for the rangers, which would not be eligible because you're not allowed to use it for other agencies under the rules. But that's only about 30 body-worn cameras. The most prudent course of action would be to not include funding for this in the budget for now. Take the money and put it back into the general reserve so it's available in the case the answer is that this is not an eligible expense, and approach the federal government and ask the question. And if the answer to the question is, yes, this is an allowable use, it doesn't trigger any issues around supplanting, non-supplanting, then go back and go forward with that, come back with a supplemental adjustment, and use this money for that purpose, as well as part of the money in the reserve for the positions. If the answer is no, this crosses the line, then we would have the money in reserve and be able to take that money and use it to go ahead and do again a budget adjustment and fund the body cameras. That would be the safest way to approach this. Ms. Pedden can speak to this further, but again, I think it's a gray area just reading the rules, but there is a legitimate question there, particularly given the examples. Apparently they do regularly audit this, and this non-supplanting thing is, they're very aggressive about the whole non-supplanting issue. So I don't know if, again, Ms. Pedden has anything to add to that at this point, but that's what we know about it.
Britt, before we get to Supervisors Natoli and Kennedy, let me just make sure I understood you accurately here. So you're saying that one option would be not to put it in the budget and wait to get guidance, but knowing that, I think it's fair to say that there's a fair amount of interest, everyone from the sheriff on down, in body cameras this year, that it is a priority. Why wouldn't we budget it and then come back with a mid-year adjustment if we had to, if the guidance is not affirmative, and that way with no harm, no foul?
Well, the only reason would be because it would just potentially make more obvious that this might potentially be a supplantation issue.
Yeah, but meanwhile you delay the outfitting of our deputies with body cameras, which
Sure.
I don't know that there's interest in that.
Sure.
Supervisor, I think it's just the risk. I mean, that's what Brett.
That's the risk. It's just the risk.
Yeah.
Supervisor Natoli?
Yeah, well, kind of along the same lines. I appreciate the information, Britt. I know you scrambled over the less than 24 hours, and thank you for Ms. Pettit to be here as well. I think that, again, kind of parsing it down to what might be available. And I'm appreciative of folks audit, the dollars that are dispersed to local entities. I think that's right and proper. Now, we haven't approved anything. You put forward that we're going to buy body cameras. So we're talking about how we might fund those body cameras. And it just seems to me that supplantation, I mean, one thing, if we had already, approved a budget that had those dollars in it, I mean, there's no action taken on this budget until we act. You obviously brought it forward. We've talked today about different sources of funding for different things, including categorical programs that we might backfill, its general fund, realignment, all the things that you know far better than certainly me. But I guess, I don't know why we'd be in a very bad position there, because again, we are talking about purchasing body cameras to provide to our sheriff's officers, and it seemed to me that if we even wanted to expand the complement beyond what was even suggested, because again, we were going to do the first phase for patrol in a number of different divisions, but not all of the sheriff's officers positions. So I guess I gather the risk, and I'm glad we looked into this, but it was seen to me from the standpoint of equipment, we're going to provide all the personnel behind it. Obviously, we'll have to cover the equipment replacement, so that becomes a responsibility of the county. But So I guess I'm just having struggling just a little bit about how they can make a finding of supplantation. Again, I'm not the auditor, and I don't know what all the rules are. I see Ms.
I
Pettis.
think, Supervisor Natoli, rather than us trying to figure out a way how this becomes supplement, I think that's just, the nature was to let you know what the risk is.
Okay.
So that's the risk, if knowing going into it, whichever decision the board makes, that there could be cause A and cause B. That's we want to make sure we disclose all that to the board before you make that call.
Okay, and last comment I would just make is that I think if we are able to use those funds, I think appropriately so, then I think some of the other things we've talked about today would, where we don't have the ability to maybe, draw upon a funding source like that, but still are important to either to law enforcement efforts or to some of the other things we've talked about relative to health and mental health and so forth. It gives us a little more capacity within the budget framework to do that as well. So, okay, thanks.
Supervisor Peters?
Thank you. We need the body cameras. We need them now. I think it's worth the risk.
Can you be more clear? All right.
I think for the record, what you meant is we need the body cameras. That's what we should go forth and do.
Yes.
That's what you meant.
That's what I meant.
Supervisor Frost?
Can't we budget it with that funding subject to approval that funding can work?
Supervisor Frost, if I could just say, if that's what the board wants, let's move forward and do it, and then if we get it favorable, we will come back and make adjustments, whatever we need to do.
Yeah.
I agree.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so the next issue is the position in the Sheriff's Department, the categorical reduction of the sexual assault felony enforcement deputy position that was being reduced due to reduction in state funding. And this is one deputy, part of the sexual assault felony enforcement team or SAFE team, $262,784. This is a program that is a joint program between the Sheriff's Department, the Probation Department, State Parole, and certain other agencies. And the program is sort of directed to reduce violent sexual assault offenses in the county through proactive surveillance and arrest of habitual sexual offenders, and strict enforcement of registration requirements for sexual offenders. The team is responsible for monitoring, arresting, assisting in the prosecution of habitual sexual offenders who violate the terms and conditions of their probation or parole or fail to comply with registration requirements. They also provide community education by providing information to the public about ways to protect themselves and that sort of thing. Currently, the county contributes a sergeant and 2 deputies to that team, and this would be one of those deputies that would be eliminated. The department indicates that the impact would be a reduction in the team's obviously ability to respond, to investigate, because it's that's a reasonably significant component of the team. Reduction in their ability to investigate offenders relocating from the levees to residential areas of the county. Reduction in the team's ability to assist probation and parole and enforcement activities, compliance sweeps, and surveillance. Again, the reason that we did not recommend funding the department, we also, when we were looking at this, asked the department, would they be willing to move, basically move funding from elsewhere to fund this, and their answer was no, they would not. Again, the issue here was, it was a categorical reduction, and it was tight financial times, not that it's not a good and useful program, but again, we were just not, for the most part, other than in a few very critical situations, we were not adding back programs where state or federal funding was reduced.
Supervisor Mattola?
Yeah, thanks, Brett, and I appreciate the further information behind it. But it sounds to me, beyond just investigating crimes, that holding people accountable, registrants, and making sure that they're adhering to their terms of probation and so forth. And I can tell you that I trust maybe other offices too, but I do get any number of inquiries about, they can go to certain websites and see who's in their neighborhood and so forth, unincorporated area or otherwise. And I think having, certainly a team that can, a small team, it sounds like it's supplemented with other officers and so forth. I guess I'm curious, looking at that if we have one sergeant and one officer that are assigned for the entirety of the county, and is it just unincorporated area, or is it for?
I didn't ask that question, but it's a partnership. They're not the only members of the team. They're the only members from the sheriff's office. There's
Right.
probation, parole, others on the team.
But for a population of 675,000, with the geography that cover the communities that we represent, we only have 2 people assigned under this current proposal to investigate crimes, I guess, that are of those natures, which can be very serious, may require a lot of detailed investigation. But then I think doing some of the additional oversight and enforcement, again, the sheriff isn't here, and I don't expect you to speak for him, but I mean, last night when I asked the question, again, you can eliminate different positions, they all have impacts, and we're funding new positions, but it just seems to me, if we're that thin for a county our size, with the unincorporated population nearly 700,000 people, stretching from the Antioch Bridge all the way to, Orangeville and Alberta, that's just a lot of coverage. And, and let alone investigate, I think the number was there was 191 crimes that were, investigated last year or something to that effect, so close to 200. These are sexual assaults I assume on minors, on women, on people of all ages, and then also keeping track of registrants. And I don't know how many we have in the county, and I don't know. I guess I'm just concerned that not because it's categorical, I get that, but as to how in the rank priority that doesn't rank pretty high, because that's playing some defense too as it relates to and being able to respond to our community concerns that we all get in our neighborhoods about who's there, who's where. But you made clear the sheriff said they were not willing to move any positions, anything from the jails or any other unit to this.
Well, I don't think given what we're dealing with the consent decree, I don't think moving from the jails would probably be an option for them. But basically,
if I could just jump in, when it came to the sheriff's budget, when we were looking at what kind of cuts were coming, you had some items like hot team and some other items that we funded back in. If it's the will of the board, we could go back to the sheriff and his executive team and ask, is there anything else they can move around to accommodate that?
Well, again, it's not for me.
That was part of the budget negotiation. I don't mean that in a bad way,
no,
but
I know.
when we were discussing stuff with department heads, they have priorities and cuts, and we ended up landing at a certain spot what we were willing to go to. This was a little bit too far for us given the financial condition we're in. Right. And this could be a conversation with the sheriff again, see if there's some latitude they have or not.
Well, again, I'll just say for myself, I think that it would be wise maybe to have that conversation. I don't know if there are other vacant positions that, and there may all be mission critical, but I do think that, after hearing the explanation, again, I appreciate the detail both from the sheriff as well as from Britt today, that it would seem to me that, again, we talk about, just some of the exposure, and I think this, this is really, it's an important aspect of public safety. So, again, if you're willing to go back and have that conversation.
I will go back and we'll talk to them.
That's fine. Okay. Thanks. That's all I have.
Okay.
Okay, so the next item on our list is the forensic behavioral health issue, the $1.6 million issue, and Dr. Quist will again be addressing that issue.
Good afternoon, Ryan Quist, Behavioral Health. As a part of the original growth request that was done pre-COVID, when we thought we were going to have more funds coming in, we put together a proposal for a forensic behavioral health program. I do need to clarify that the language in there appears to have come from an earlier version. The $3.2 million that was put into there would be able to pay for one program instead of two for a total of 500 people. So I do need to clarify that.
So that 3.2 million was only for one program, wasn't it?
One program for 500 people.
I did have a chance, Mr. Chair, if I could, just real quick, I had a chance to talk with you just a bit and talk with Britt and Nav, as well as Chief Seal, and I know that as we were talking about other items yesterday and some of the work that's being done, working with probation and other partners, I guess my question was if there could be a component of this was a federally matched program, and I think what's being contemplated in the conversion of the in 711 G Street is going to be largely state funded, maybe with some local funds, obviously, that we might be able to look to a component that could be complementary to that, and it might be much smaller, but I mean, it seems like you're going to have some similar makeup, and we'd be working with folks who were formerly incarcerated, but also folks that may have challenges, certainly in the behavioral health aspect of it, and obviously it comes with a 50-50 match. And so is that something you think we could explore with the Chief Probation Officer and maybe have another component to
have a service component? Currently, the model that we're looking at with probation is an screening and assessment model, where they would be screened for mental health and substance use disorder services, and then they would be basically referred or assigned to a program when appropriate.
And if you had a program like you just talked about, you would assign to that program potentially if we had funded. Okay. So, but what if you had that as a component? If you had that, then if that was an appropriate referral, could you have that as complementary or no? Is that mixing too many things?
Are you asking if it could be complementary?
Yeah, complementary.
Absolutely.
Maybe even housed, together, maybe a smaller component than what's been envisioned here for 500 people at $3.2 million. So, is there a way to scale it to size?
Mm-hmm. It could definitely be complementary.
And you could scale it to size, so you could draw upon federal dollars, but you wouldn't need but 1.6 million. I mean, does it have to be a certain size in order to be successful? Could you serve?
Oh, we could scale it.
100 people at X.
We could scale it.
Okay. Well, it sounds like it's going to be a year or so before they're going to be up and running, but I guess maybe as a part of this, just having spent a little time talking about this, that if we could look at that as maybe being a component and maybe for a smaller funding piece, recognize obviously we'll have to find the match funding to do that, but
so if I could offer, as this program starts up, and what Ryan mentioned that we can scale it, let us look at that, what scalability, how much can we get federal, how much is local match, and we can bring that program back when we get the federal match money and make it complementary to that program.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Brett.
The next item on our list is a report on the Exodus project, and Ann Edwards, Director of Human Assistance, will address that issue.
Good afternoon. Ann Edwards, Department of Human Assistance. Before I talk about the Exodus program, I just want to say briefly about the Senior Safe House. I want to talk a moment about what we're doing in the Scattered Site Shelter program at DHA already. I know Mr. Wagstaff talked about the number of seniors that we're serving, and really the lion's share of the folks that we're serving in that program are seniors. And that program costs $110,000 a year for 5 people. So it's really cost effective, and we might be able to do something more with that, with the money that, the $300,000 that you allocated plus the SB2 $300,000, we might be able to patch something together, not for a senior safe house, but a different sort of model for something similar. So I just wanted to toss that out there. Regarding the Exodus program, Ms. Kavanaugh and I had a meeting with the rabbi about the program, and we are enthusiastic about the program. I think it is something that is really needed in this community. Folks are getting released from jail, they're getting released from prison. Many of them are homeless, they don't have a place to go. We are in continued discussions with the rabbi about this program, and we're looking at possible ways of funding it. We do not have a strategy for funding it at this time. There's some additional CDBG CARES money that's coming. We don't know what the allocation is yet. We would certainly have to work with SHRA if we were to use it for this program, but that is a possibility. But we just don't have enough information to say, yes, we can do it right now.
Would this be CARES allocation to SHRA?
Well, it's CDBG money that comes through SHRA, but it's county money, so we can decide how we spend it.
Well, you said CARES, so I'm just trying
SHRA also has CARES
Right,
money.
that's why I asked the question.
So it could be, as we're looking at, it could be CDBG or CARES SHRA.
Well, and I'm sorry, it's CDBG, the feds are calling it CDBG CARES. But it's CDBG money.
Okay.
Just to keep it clear.
Right.
It's really, it's complicated.
There's ESG.
I know.
We didn't touch that one.
And so this is one of many needs that we have around addressing COVID for the homeless. We've got Project Roomkey going. We would like to extend those motels and not end them. Well, they're scheduled to end in September. We're working towards ending them in December, which is not a good time to end them in the dead of winter. So we are still trying to look at some of those funding sources to extend that program as well. So there's a lot of moving parts here.
And can you elaborate a little bit relative to the spreadsheet that we asked Britt to prepare, which I think has been quite enlightening in terms of the CARES Act balance and the different kind of categories of where certain funding lies, whether it's been restricted because of contractual obligations or is completely unencumbered. But help us understand some of the COVID-related responses, especially as it relates to addressing the needs of those that are unsheltered, that is coming from this appropriation.
Yes, so the DHA funding on that chart indicates that it is unspent. And that is true at this moment. That means we haven't paid all the bills. But every dime of that is contracted, or I actually got word this morning that one of the contracts is being routed today for signature. And so that money is all allocated for Project Roomkey and for rehousing the folks that are in Project Roomkey. One of my biggest fears with Project Roomkey all along is that we would house all of these folks in motels through COVID, and then when it ended, we would just kick them back all out on the street. And so we have allocated a lot of that money to rehouse folks out of the motels as we transition away from Project Roomkey.
So that's the more or less that's the 2.3 million out of the 19.
Yes.
Change. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Supervisor Kennedy.
Just on the Exodus program, so primarily it's the question of funding, or is there programmatic stuff that still needs to be worked out?
No, the programmatic stuff is, I think, really solid. I mean, we've had a good conversation. We agreed to talk again very soon, and it's just a funding issue. Okay. $650,000.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Could I just ask on that? It occurred to me, though, that if we wanted to, we've talked about how we convert dollars, if we wanted to allocate enough for the 3 months under which we get the coverage, but, if there was some unspent funds, we'd have the ability to fund that for the remainder portion of the year.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I'm understanding your question.
Well, we could use CARES money if to fund the startup, and then, assuming we may have some leftover dollars, we could appropriate for housing, again, recognizing that, we obviously have the public health, we have the housing components and so forth, but I mean, NAV's assured us several times on the record that, we're not going to allow those dollars to slip away. So we have the ability to maintain that flexibility from the public health realm, but obviously some of the things that are emerging needs as it relates to the pandemic and, housing you're speaking to. And it would seem to me that this is probably a similar part of the population that you're serving.
Yes, and I do think, yes, you could use CARES money for a startup, but it would be very hard, I believe, I could be wrong, but I think it'd be very difficult for a provider to enter into a short-term contract for a startup on a program. I think that they would want at least a commitment of a year's contract, so we would have to identify the funding post December 31st in order to get a viable contract.
I think Supervisor, tell you what you're getting at is that if that's where recommendation comes in, and we realize it's going to go past December, we do have a mechanism, we have expenditures that we can identify and satisfy the Treasury and free up the money if that's where Ann ends up going with it. And that's an action we'll bring to the board if we were to do it.
So what are you looking at in way of time? I mean, this has been a fairly recent submittal, but obviously they must have worked on it for a while. They've been talking with you and Cindy. When would you think that you could have it figured out that either you're going to bring it to us, I won't say not, just you're going to bring it to us?
It depends upon, the only funding option I have potentially available to me is the CDBG new money that we don't know how much it is. We haven't received confirmation from the feds. I've been working very closely with Ms. Dozier on this so that we can, make sure it lines up, but I don't know the answer to that question. I think we could start it up pretty quickly once we got the funding, because it's modeled at, the provider is Sacramento Self-Help Housing in partnership, and so I think that could happen pretty quickly, but we can't start it up without confirmation of funds.
But if I just, again, back to the conversation here, is that there's another choice. It may have a little more risk and or consider other considerations, is that you could use CARES money through December 30th, assuming you could identify that, and then if it looked as, because we're getting, as the days come off here, maybe everything gets spent down to the last penny, but that if there was some other available, then the conversion of that could be, and there may be others clamoring for what maybe dollars it would carry through the rest of the year. Obviously, public health is going to have a big element of that.
I think Supervisor Natoli on that, I was more reacting to, I think what Ann's saying is that she has, all that money is basically allocated and she has contracts behind them.
For yes.
So
for DHA.
Yeah, for Ann, yeah.
Yeah, right.
So my spirit of what I said is that if we come close to November and we find out that a lot of her expenditures are going to go past December, we can get that money in, but she has expenditures that she's identified. So then it gets into the SHRA discussion we're having, is that how that money comes in.
So is DHA locked in because of the way it came down from it, or is that choices been made by the county as to how much DHA got of the overall portion?
Correct. So because of the Project Room Key, so she has the authority to spend all that money.
Right.
And I'm understanding is that they are going to end up spending
I
that
heard
money.
that, yeah. Okay.
But if something happens, she doesn't need all of it, then we can free up the money to do something else. And recommendation most likely at that point will be to use it for projects like this. But that's a decision we'll bring back to the board if other folks want to reallocate it somewhere else.
Okay. Thanks.
Supervisor Kennedy.
But the SHRA money, should that be, it doesn't have to be spent by the end of the year. It's like a 2-year, yeah.
Because of the CDBG component.
Right.
Correct.
Right.
And I just want to reiterate that this project, $650,000, is one piece of several things we need to continue Project Room Key past September 30th.
When, Ann, do you think that you would have some definitive answer on the disposition of the CDBG CARES SHRA funding?
I actually don't know. I'm hoping next week. I was hoping to have it by today.
Right.
I'm
But
hoping.
if it was the will of the board to make a commitment to this today as part of our budgeting, couldn't we draw upon the 7.2 million that's not obligated in the balance of CARES Act funding, at least to hold us until there's some determination of perhaps using the other pot of CARES Act funding, just so that we know that it's going to be funded one way or another, at least to get it started and have it commence?
Very quick answer, I think we can.
Okay.
Depending on the conversation with SHRA, if that doesn't seem to work out, we'll be back to you on how to.
Okay.
But let me make sure before I answer that, and there's no contracts. Is every dollar you got, is there a contract behind it?
Except for security, we're a little underspending in the security contract, which is probably less than $100,000, but the big bulk of it is yes. I'm not anticipating having much more than $100,000 unspent in my allocation.
Let's do this then. What we will do is identify that this is going to be funded with the CARES that you mentioned. Let's see what happens with SHRA, CDBG money, And if it turns out that's not a viable option, we'll be back to see what to do with it.
That's kind of where I'm going with the belt and suspenders approach here, so.
And
Okay.
then one more thing, just because it just popped into my brain, is I'm not intimately familiar with all of the eligible uses for CDBG money, so we would also have to validate with SHRA that this is a eligible use. I suspect it is, but we need to make sure.
No, we'll make sure of that.
Any other questions for Ann? Okay, thank you.
The next item on our list is the homeless encampment issues that were raised, and Mr. Wagstaff will be presenting on that issue.
So this builds off of what Ann was just talking about. The encampment strategy is a key part of our overall homeless plan for COVID. We currently, working with Dr. Bielenson, we currently have our encampment strategy covered through the end of December, and that includes services for water, meals, private trash, and sanitation stations at the encampments that have been identified by Sacramento Steps Forward. You'll recall they did a survey of the county at the beginning when I first brought the homeless plan to you guys. And to your question, Supervisor, from last night, if we were going to extend the effort for encampments throughout the rest of the fiscal year, estimates I'm getting are about $2 million for that purpose. Bear in mind that, as Ann was just saying, we are looking at the whole homeless effort here as the pandemic continues. When I first came to the board to present the homeless plan, we were actually this was in April, we were actually thinking the motels would be open until June, end of June. And as the pandemic has extended, the team has worked very hard, collaboratively, to figure out what we're going to do, and that's where we still are.
So what then, Bruce, would you tell this board are some prospective options if there's interest in extending the services you just mentioned past the beginning of the year?
I'm not sure I have a funding source identified for that, Supervisor. I mean, it would have to go into the mix of things we'd have to look at. The whole discussion you just had with Ann might contribute to this as well. You know, I mean, as I said, we're really trying to figure out how we're going to keep this homeless effort going as long as the pandemic lasts. And I don't think we have all the answers to that as we sit here today.
Yeah, I mean, let me state the obvious of it. You know, the end of the calendar year deadline for the use of CARES Act funding for something like this, it couldn't come at a worse time, though, right? Because this, I mean, you're going to have people that are
middle of winter.
unsheltered in the cold. You know, the medical community is telling us that the effects of COVID are expected to be much more acute in those types of conditions.
So I would offer this, Supervisor. If, as Nav was saying, if we are assessing how we're expending things around end of October into November, we could continue, and if we had CARES money that we might bring back to the board for this purpose, we could continue the effort with the encampments. I mean, we've got it ongoing, so it wouldn't take, you wouldn't have any difficulty continuing what we've been doing.
Okay. All right, any questions, any other questions for Bruce? All right, thank you.
I think as Britt's coming up, the last one we had was the probation body cameras.
Okay.
That's correct. So the last item was just to go over the proposal to provide body cameras to probation. The proposal that has been put together in response to the request of Supervisor Cerna would be 200 body-worn cameras, which would provide cameras for all of the armed probation officers, and that would involve both equipment purchase costs, which would be about $439,784, and then the staffing in the probation department to manage and monitor that, similar to the staffing that the sheriff would have for their cameras, and that would be about $517,662. So the total amount would be $957,446. Just as with the sheriff's department, we would recommend that if the board's decision is to make a revision to the revised recommended budget and add this funding, that they would add the equipment to the non-departmental cost budget, so that would increase that appropriation by $439,784, and then add the staff to the probation department, which would increase that appropriation by $517,662, and that we would recommend that if you do that you fund that by canceling $957,446 in general reserves. That would bring the general reserve level down to $11,775,000.
Thank you. Supervisor Natoli?
Yeah, Britt, again, maybe a detail that we don't have an answer for today, but is there any chance or opportunity that we're going to fund a similar expenditure for personnel to back it up in Sheriff's Department? We're doing that in probation. May have to be a similar effort for parks, I don't know. But is that you could have some shared assignments? Obviously, there may be discrete things that go with department personnel, department missions, what folks are called upon to do. But I'm just wondering if there's, and I assume the DA may have a role in some of this, that if that's the case, is there a way to maybe have, I don't say centralized, but to get some economy of the scale of folks who may know how to handle certain video material, and then others, departments may be responsible for their own, obviously.
Right.
And I guess I'm just looking to, this is new to us, and so I don't necessarily expect to answer. I'm just wondering that, not that everybody has to replicate, and certainly don't want to make it cumbersome or inefficient or have any missteps. But I'm now it piques my curiosity. Maybe like we do with some of our IT things, that you have an ability to have some shared functions that retain the control authority in the respective departments, but also.
So that's a good question. We asked that question ourselves of both the Sheriff's Department and the Probation Department, and the short answer is that, they both indicated no. That they felt that it was important that each department have certain positions and be responsible for managing their own body-worn camera programs. The sheriff is going to be doing doing all that for the rangers. There's only 30 cameras involved. It's a fairly small number, and they are going to do that within there because it wouldn't be cost effective for that small a number for the Regional Parks Department to set up its whole own system. But they both felt very strongly that they needed to have their own staff and their own control of their own
I think Supervisor Natoli, I mean, that's, we've debated this point back and forth since it's so new. There's, folks actually know where the lines are going to end up becoming. As this program rolls and we get into phase 2, there could be synergies that we could move stuff around and do some cost reduction. But I think that's a pretty valid question. We've debated it, and we're going to continue to keep an eye on it and see if it's more central. There's certain things absolutely respect what probation has, what sheriff has, what rangers have, but if there's something that could be done centrally, we will facilitate that.
Again, a thought occurs there might be some technical aspects to this that, would be multifunctional that, again, would still have the fallback for respective departments. But okay, that's my question.
Any other questions on probation body cameras? Okay, I'll just, thank you, Britt. I'll just add, I don't think I mentioned yesterday, but in addition to consulting with our chief of probation on the prospect of cameras for probation officers, I also had a similar conversation with Greg Stuber, president of the Probation Association, who also concurred that he thought this was a good, bold move for Sacramento County probation, and agrees that there certainly can be developed processes and protocols to make sure that confidential information is kept confidential, and that POs are trained adequately to turn cameras on and off as appropriate. So, okay, is that it then?
That's the list.
Okay. So as you requested, you wanted 5 to 10 minutes so that your staff kind of go back and double check the numbers. I'll just tell you, I have a total of, so far, of about 3.3 million in restoration, and then on top of that, 650 in CARES Act. So you can double check those numbers. I know Supervisor Natoli, maybe others have been doing the same. One outstanding issue, and I'm going to look to Supervisor Frost on this, is we really didn't have any conclusive remarks, especially from supervisors representing the areas that have the outlying cities on COVID-19 economic assistance.
So I was hoping that we could allocate some of the CARES Act money toward economic recovery. And I know that there are some challenges with the number that I asked, the 20 million. I guess, it looks like based on the numbers that Britt gave us, we've invested around 8 million into, around 8 million into economic recovery. I think we could benefit by investing more into economic recovery, and wanted to see if staff can find a way to help out our small businesses and find some money for our small businesses.
If I could offer on that one, as you know, the CARES Act, the allocation is there, but I think the comments we heard today, work with EMD and economic development. Supervisor Natoli mentioned is getting those economic development directors in, what are the areas that they need, and look at more targeted approaches with those cities, what needs to be done, and then come back to the board saying, this is sort of the package we need to have. I think we need to work with them.
And not just the cities, the unincorporated, is also included in that.
Good. We could do that.
Supervisor Tully?
Yeah, just you posed the question, and I appreciated Supervisor Frost's points as well as Navi response. So recognizing that if we took the path that you had just iterated, would we be wise to set aside maybe at least a number, target a number, a couple $1 million to, again, to at least notate it so that before all that $7 million gets spent down, that we at least have that.
I think what I'm taking out of that is that $7 million, until there's a contract behind it, we're going to start pumping the brakes on it.
Okay.
I'm sorry?
We're not going to put contracts against it.
You're going to keep it fluid.
But there's other CARES Act money that's been allocated that we won't know until maybe October or November if we're able to spend it soon enough, and there might be some potential CARES Act money that frees up that no one can utilize that could be targeted toward economic recovery. At that time, we could set $2 million. We could set some money aside now with what's available, and then pending other possible opportunities that come up, have that in mind as a priority. Without a number, but
without a number, I think we know there's $7 million right now. There's not a contract behind it, so that's in there, not just for economic, but could be for other things. As we're monitoring what's not going to be spent, that could come back into the mix too. But I think right now what we want to do is have the discussion. What is it that these cities want? All these cities have pretty good fund balances, which we don't, and they're making they have a lot more liberty in putting money out than we do. Our situation, as you know, it's what we've presented to you. But if there's technical assistance, and if maybe non-monetary, but even if it's monetary, what would that look like? Have that conversation with them, see what is it that they're interested in. And then with the unincorporated, have the discussions with the different businesses that Troy and EMD, they keep an eye on it, see what kind of assistance they need and how can we help them with it.
Well, are you talking about coming back tomorrow with this, or?
No, that's going to take us some time. This is not something that I can do tomorrow.
What are you, I'm not sure I understand. I'm trying to fight for some kind of assistance for small businesses who aren't getting any money, any help at all.
What I'm trying to ascertain is, what is this help that they need? Do they need help in paying their mortgage?
Well,
Are they just-
my suggestion was rent or mortgage assistance, or some
That's-
kind
that's
of
a
grant
discussion.
program that that could give them a leg up to give us a stimulated economy, to help them hang on longer or bring people back.
Well, we need to determine with them, what is it that they're looking at? What is the need that they have? And part of the equation that we got to go through is, if we make this money available, and I'm going to absolute negative, if something happens that the money doesn't get used the way it was supposed to be used, there's a liability right back to the county.
Right. I
And-
think it should go towards something that's going to also help the county recover.
Yeah, but we are down to about 10 million in fund balance that we have. If something goes wrong with the audit, that's the first call. Second one is, beyond what we can provide, what other assistance have they gotten? Can we help them with that? There's monetary, non-monetary, but we need to have those discussions with these groups. And I think Supervisor Kennedy has suggested that after we got done with the budget, we're going to go with you into your district and talk to folks. What is it that you're looking for? And how can we match our programs up? And then come back to you and say, this is what can be done with it.
And so you're suggesting doing that with all of us?
Yep.
Okay.
I mean, you guys, that's, I get the city piece, but they did get CARES Act money. They do have fund balance. I'm not trying to do poor house, but they're in a very different financial situation that we're in. Our unincorporated is what we are in. With the cities, if there is something that they need us to give loans to their small businesses. I want to hear what's the rationale for
I was
us.
told they didn't. I thought they didn't get CARES Act money.
Most cities, I understand, got some portion directly
For this-
allocated from the state. It wasn't us. And maybe not all of them got it, but
I think
some-
the smaller cities under 500,000 population, I thought they did not receive CARES Act.
There was another allocation made, and there's another portion of 300 and below 300. Let's just say it wasn't CARES Act money, but they do have fund balances.
They
Everyone
got
from-
assistance from the state, is that what you're saying?
They might have gotten assistance. I don't know the number behind it, but I do understand. I didn't watch it that closely. I've been watching our budget. But whether they did or not, the question with them is, what is it that you're looking for in the county to do in your jurisdiction? And what's
Okay.
the rationale behind it? Just because we got CARES Act money, what's the justification for that to go to a business in city ABC? And that's what we need to understand. And then we need to understand in the unincorporated what's happening there.
I think the rationale that I heard was that some of the smaller cities that are under a certain population did not get the same
So
support.
the conversation we've had with them, and this has gotten a little bit tense, I think, is when the money was coming to us, and we can argue the point, the cities had what they have, the condition they have. So if now the ask is for us to help their small businesses, we don't have enough money to help every business in Sacramento County. We just don't have that kind of money. The comparison with other counties, their budget situation is not what we just presented to you. Trust me, and if our situation was our budget was balanced and we had excess money, it would be a very different conversation. So we will have the conversation with them. We will figure out what is it that they want. But I do want to go into me, Troy, the team, individually with each supervisor and find out what are the issues in the district that you guys are hearing.
What about the unincorporated?
That's what I'm
Because-
talking about.
Yeah,
The
because I mean,
unincorporated.
they don't have a city to go to,
Correct.
so they're.
So it's two
there's no-
paths. There's a city component that I want Troy to talk to them. What is it ask?
Yeah.
The second path is to work individually with a team for us to go with you, find out what are the issues that we're running into in the unincorporated, and what kind of assistance can we give.
Okay.
That, I don't have a clear picture of what that is.
Okay.
Is it just writing a check to a business? Is that what we're doing? But if we're doing that, then how do we account for that? How do we account back to Treasury? If, God forbid, if the money does not get used the right way, we only have 10 million as a backfall on our fund balance. That's what we got to go pay back to the feds. Again, I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm just telling you what's in my mind, that I want to work through this and then come back in a process with the board, say this is the options that you have and this is what you can do about it.
Okay.
Monetary and non-monetary. And comments have been made about, Supervisor Natoli has mentioned this in the past, Supervisor Cerna's mentioned it, business licenses or EMD fees. There are other things that we can do rather than just write somebody a check and say, here you go on that. There could be other things in the financial situation we're in. So that's what I'm contemplating on that.
Okay. That sounds good. I think if 30 or 40% of our businesses collapse, it's going to impact our future revenues. And so if there's a way we can support the small business community to help them hang on longer or come back, it would be to our advantage, to theirs and ours advantage.
Understood.
Thanks, Nav.
How long do you think that'll take?
It's going to take us a couple of weeks. I need to set this up. So
I really appreciate
Should
you
we,
looking into it.
I'm just throwing this out, but should we have a report back, just an informational item, very brief, at a forthcoming board meeting?
I think what I can do is dovetail that when Peter does his. We already have a COVID-19 update. I can put in there where we are,
And then
what
when
kind
you
of progress we've made.
And then when you figure that out, you just do a budget amendment? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, we'll come back to you and discuss about how we're going to move the money, where things are, so we'll get
Okay.
that.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I just wanted to finish up here. There's, I think, a bigger exclamation point to all of this, though, and that is, and it's, money we've devoted in recent weeks to, helping us get out of this lockdown situation, recognizing the state rules. I mean, this multi-tiered system that, is the latest approach at the state level. And that's, again, we can only do so much. And I think because that's where part of, if I reread these letters, just as you were responding here now, I think that's some of the underlying frustration. Some of this is, certainly, I think, directed at, what we might do for recovery. But I think we all benefit, again, to what the health department and others are doing is getting some normalcy back, certainly protecting the public health and safety, but getting us, moved out of these tiers. And again, we're locked in. Obviously, we're tied economically to the state. But, hanging on is relative to how long the lockdown, and certain businesses are prohibited from reopening in a fashion that would allow their businesses to start up again or to regenerate. And if I read these letters, that's part of the underlying. It's not necessarily directed us as supervisors or as county staff, but we've got other counties doing other things, and we've worked very hard. And again, I'd say thank you to all the folks that have worked thus far. But that's part of what it is here, is that doing everything we can to those metrics that we're having to, including numbers of cases as well as hospitalizations and the number of deaths, and to be able to move through those tiers so we can reopen Sacramento County in a way that comports with safe health practices. And I just if we're into this for months and months, I don't care how many millions of dollars we put aside to it. To your point, Ms. Frost, that if businesses fail, some of those are not going to come back, and we've just got to keep pushing. And again, that's why it's so important what we did a couple of weeks ago. Now, I mean, I want to emphasize
absolutely.
that. Yeah.
Also, if I could just, I'm just getting a note. Alton got $50,000 of CARES Act money. Citrus Heights, $1 million, 8. Folsom, $1 million. Elk Grove, $2,175,000, and Galt has $320,000, and Rancho Cordova is at $968,000. So part of our conversation with them is, you guys got CARES Act money, you're using it. Our situation is different with your fund balance. What's the partnership? Is it non-monetary? We don't have the money, but let's have that conversation. And is the monetary more of a conversation for the unincorporated since they got money?
Okay.
And I will send this sheet so you guys have how much they've received and what they have gotten on it.
Oh, well, all due respect, they're looking at our amount we got and the amount they got, and they're thinking, wow. And I get that. Our budget is a lot bigger and our problems are way bigger. But maybe there's something we can do to help out.
Correct, both monetary and non-monetary.
Right.
I mean, scale,
appreciate-
absolutely.
Yep.
Okay, and again, if others have punched up want to talk about this topic, I had a couple of other questions before we go to break, if I could.
Yes.
No, it's no problem. And I know Mr. Kennedy, if he wanted to speak to this, certainly would yield, but I wanted to ask.
Mine's going to take 3 seconds.
Okay, go ahead.
As you're doing the consultation with the other jurisdictions, can you please include the Metro Chamber?
Sure.
Thank you.
Good idea. A couple of things have come up very quickly here. It was a little longer than 3 seconds, but the fireworks task force, we've received some feedback. The fireworks task force and our participation in that, or lack thereof, and I just think it's we've gotten some correspondence, I imagine other members of the board, and we've spoken to it. I think that at a minimum, our participation in that group and actively trying to address some of the issues that may be bigger than obviously even our jurisdictional authorities. But we participated a year and a half ago at 25,000 plus some staff time, and then we worked with the industry. But we didn't have that commitment this past year, so I don't know how we get to that. But I want to echo what some of my colleagues have said already.
I think Supervisor Natoli on that, what I've been thinking a lot, I mean, besides getting this budget, is I've been thinking about all the 4th of July stuff leading up to it. And what I would like to do, and this just preliminary thought I'm having, is to work with Sac Metro, is what kind of task force are they going to stand up again? And what kind of effort are they putting out? And then what is the monetary value that they need from us? Because that's what it boils down to, is that they need money to get this thing going.
Yes.
And then come to you in January, either say we have it or here's a budget amendment for it. But I think that's the way I want to approach that. But we need to get that going in January to
Yes.
get the 4th of July going. Because some of the other stuff they want us to ban illegal, we can do all that. But it really comes down to is what is the PSAs going out? How are we getting the word out? Who's doing what? And if that's where we got to make the investment, then let's look at that piece.
Yeah, because it's a fairly nominal amount. But so 2 final questions on budget. One is, Mr. Hartwig has gotten off of that. Any questions, but he's going to get one. So transportation. One part of the question is, do we have $1 million general fund in our transportation this year to help on the roads?
It's 750, and then Brett.
750 divided by 5?
I'd have to go back and look. I'd have to go back and look.
I think we cut it down 750 last year from $1 million, but it's either $1 million or 750.
Okay, so we do still have a general fund to help us with road repairs. And I understand, since we weren't able to do any paving in my district this year, that we are going to make sure that next year we're going to catch up for what wasn't done last year, what wasn't done this year, and whatever might be contemplated for next year.
That's correct, but I'm still holding out hope that there might be some paving this year.
If you get them out there tomorrow, I'll be out there applauding them.
You're not going to help us?
Yeah. I know.
To be impressed.
That's right. I'm ready to go. I tell you what, I'm going to get out of the way and let them do their work, because I tell you, there's a lot of folks that are waiting for that. Last and final question. I don't know if it's funded or not, and I was looking at water resources budget, but we've had an unfilled slot or position for our Delta, kind of expert, and the state has not given up on the idea of conveyance and tunnels, and again, Natasha staffs the county coalition, but we haven't had any dedicated staff. We have good qualified folks, and we'd funded that not out of general fund, but out of other funds in the past. So how are we doing there?
So it's unfunded, and that's another one pending item, not unfunded, unfilled.
Okay.
Now that we're done with the budget, hopefully next couple months here, that's our next, is to pick that up and stand that up.
Get somebody in there, because again, the state, they're moving, aggressively to try to, build a project. And I think we need to be able to evaluate, to weigh in with our other 4 county partners, and certainly my colleague, Mr. Kennedy, but this whole board has been very supportive of our efforts to make sure that this county is well represented when it comes to the impacts of any proposal. So I want to be sure we have the staff persons to support us in that. Okay, that's all I have. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Frost.
I just wanted to know if you could also include the P-bids in the economic recovery conversation, because they have unique challenges at this time.
Got it?
And they know all the businesses.
And, yeah, exactly.
And thank you, Supervisor Natoli, for bringing up the fireworks task force issue. Even though I have a small amount of unincorporated area in the south part of District 1, I did have an opportunity to have a lengthy conversation with Lee Miller, who's one of the individuals involved with the task force recently, and I know that there's still a lot of frustration and obviously concern that with each passing year that the illegal fireworks impacts continue to grow. So I think staying focused on that within a budget context, outside of a budget context, is something that is very important.
Supervisor Cernan, before we take the break, I just want to run through what we think.
Let's do it.
There's interest on the board.
Okay.
One position for WIC.
2 positions for WIC.
2 for position, okay.
At 126, that was a prorated amount.
Okay, 2 positions. Foster care for 300.
Yep.
Care Plus is 203 total package, 169 is the net county cost.
Yeah,
Seniors,
I got 170, so.
170. Senior Safe House at 300.
Yep.
Then probation body cameras at 957, 446. And the the Exodus program is coming out of the CARES Act money, not out of this side. So the ones that we're looking.
At 650.
Yeah, 650. So I'm not including that in what it's going to end up being the net county cost.
Gotcha.
So that's on the side.
Okay, are you finished?
I
got
believe so.
one other big one.
What I missed?
I got $1.5 million for the mental health mobile crisis redesign.
Oh, I wasn't going to earmark it at this point.
Okay,
Did I not spend enough time talking about it? I can start over.
I'm sorry?
Susan would like that.
No, I want to come back on the $1.5 million. I have
Come back.
I want to come back on that.
Okay.
No, everything will go as forward. I have enough expenditure authority to keep that going, but I'm going to come back to you on the $1.5 million on how we're going to move that out into whatever budget needs to go into.
Okay, all right.
So we can include a direction in the motion then, so you've got enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one, okay.
All right, so shall we break for 10 minutes?
If you give us 5 minutes, let us just true it up and then.
All right, we're in recess for 5 minutes. Okay, I'd like to call back to order this meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors for Thursday, September 10th, 2020. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll and reestablish a quorum?
Yes, Supervisors Frost, Kennedy, Natoli, Peters, Cerna,
Here.
and you have a quorum.
All right, thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, members of the board, we've gone through and added up all of the increases in appropriations that Mr. Gill just went through with you, and that would result in a total increase in appropriations of $1,886,446, increase in net county cost of $1,853,446 before offsetting the use of the asset forfeiture money. Once we bring in the asset forfeiture money, and this number is an approximation, so we need you to authorize us to adjust it when we determine the exact amount of the cost when you take out the cameras for the regional parks. But roughly speaking, we would bring in $1,391,000 in asset forfeiture money. So the net increase in net county costs would be around $462,000, and we would recommend that we reduce the contingency or reduce the general fund reserves by that amount. Again, that's as part of this motion. If it would give us the authority to adjust that for the actual number, but it will be in that rough area.
Okay, good. And then just one last point, mostly for the public's benefit. Can you just run down the list of what's included in that one more time?
Okay. All right, we have 2 positions in WIC. Foster care, $300,000. Care Plus, total $203,000. Net county cost of $170,000. Senior Safe House, funding for $300,000. And probation, 2 body cameras at $957,446. That's on the net county cost side.
Okay.
And on the asset forfeiture fund side, body cameras for the sheriff, approximately 1.3 million, and also on, I think that was it. Yeah.
That's it.
That was it.
And then, any formal action though on use of the CARES Act funding for Exodus or not?
What I would recommend is as we work through that, we come to you every 2 weeks.
Okay.
We'll bring you any adjustments we need to make on that.
Can we make sure that someone from finance responds to the folks that brought that program to our attention so they understand where we are in the process of considering the funding for it?
We will send a note to the rabbi.
Okay.
A quick question then around the policy statement or direction on the mental health teams, and so we incorporate that into a motion. We have the standard resolutions, but so that's clear that you'll be bringing that back as well.
What I would suggest is if you just wanted to direct the county executive to work with sheriff and all the other appropriate departments to stand up, what's the word we're using for it? Supervisor Kennedy, if you can help me, mobile crisis system, that's what you called it. Stand that up and come back to the board with how to operationalize and the financing behind it.
Timeline behind that?
You gonna say it's going 45 days at this point?
Okay.
We'll give you a status report?
Yes.
Okay.
And hopefully that status is we did it.
Yeah, I hope so.
And then, do you want to speak lastly to the economic recovery part?
Yeah, we are going to be reaching out to each supervisor, find out what needs you have. We're going to have reach out into the 6 out of the 7 cities that had asked for money, see what kind of needs they have, and also reach out not only to the Metro Chamber, but to all the ethnic chambers to see what kind of needs, what do they need. And not only is it just recovery, but a system as ever-changing state guidelines, you will, and have public health help with that too in that process.
And PBIDs.
And PBIDs, yes.
Chambers.
All right. Okay, the members of the board are all clear on that. I know that we need to have Supervisor Peters start us off with motions because of some of the recusals. Before we do that, though, just so I'm clear on my record, I just want the record to show I am not supportive. I'm not voting for the expenditure of the Tucker fees for the Bearcat tactical vehicle for the Sheriff's Department. I just am philosophically opposed to outfitting our law enforcement with military vehicles these days.
And I'll be joining you in that.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, Supervisor Kennedy, I will note that in the record. And if, I know that we have to do a motion where we're going to exclude some things and come back. You have 3 separate recommendations here, so I just recommend that after you do the balance in number 1, then you do a separate motion for number 2 and a separate motion for 3.
Yeah, just guide us as we go. I know it gets complicated.
Okay.
So we'll start with Supervisor Peters.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to move to adopt the budget minus the items that are identified in a slide that's about to appear on the screen.
Okay, Chair will second.
So that was a motion and a second.
Unanimous vote?
We need to vote on the excluded items.
Okay, now we're going to vote on the excluded items, and of course, all of this is with the adjustments that have been outlined by the county CEO and our CFO.
Correct.
So move.
Moved by Supervisor Kennedy, seconded by Supervisor Frost. Please vote.
And the motion carries with Supervisor Peters recusing due to potential conflict of interest. And then we'll also need a separate motion for the recommendation number 2, which is to direct the Department of Personnel Services to prepare an administrative salary resolution to reflect the positions approved in the fiscal year 2020-21 adopted budget, including any deletion of positions.
So moved.
We do have one member of the board who wants to speak to this.
Yeah, I'm okay on the motion, but I just want to be clear, you're going to go back and talk with the sheriff about the felony sexual assault investigator and
Correct.
how that might, because we're approving positions, deletions, and additions as part of this motion. So I want to be clear that in the event that you were able to figure that one out, you would come back to us with a separate resolution, because that's embedded in this action right here. So, okay, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote. And I'm sorry, can you tell me who made the second on that one?
I think it was Supervisor Frost.
Thank you. Okay, and then you need one more motion for recommendation number 3, which is to direct the Department of Finance to prepare the fiscal year 2020-21 budget resolutions for board consideration.
So moved by the chair.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Peters. Please vote.
Okay, unanimous vote.
Okay.
Supervisor, if I can just make a quick comment.
Sure.
Budgets in our county are never an easy thing for us to do. And particularly this year, it wasn't the easiest thing for us to do. And I wanted to thank all the county employees that helped, because this was a seesaw for them. At one point, we were looking at cuts, then they saw what was happening with the revenue, a lot of uncertainties in their life, and they came through. They have presented a very good, solid budget, and I can't thank them enough for the sacrifice in the middle of this pandemic working on this. So I want to thank them. I also want to thank the supervisors, because it's for folks that are not used to our government, this might seem that we're going back and forth, but this is a process we recommend. You guys look at it, you make changes, so that's part of our process. I want to thank you for working through with us on this, and that the support that you've shown us through the years with the budget. And the task that we have in front of us is fairly daunting, and I want you to know that your team is ready, is going to start tackling this, because we're going to try everything possible next June is to protect our programs and make sure that we can continue to provide the excellent service that we provide out there.
Thank you. I think everyone on this board shares your gratitude for all your staff, and some of the, understanding a lot of the sometimes frustration or pressure or concern during the last several months. It's never easy, and I was just remarking to Supervisor Natoli, this is probably as lengthy a budget hearing we've had in a number of years, but I think for good reason, and that is because I believe strongly that this board is, regardless of what criticism may be directed towards us from whomever, I think we're very thoughtful about this very important exercise that we go through every year, and it was not easy this year. I think everyone should be prepared that next June is likely to be even more challenging, and we got to prepare for that. But I think given the fact that you kind of have a real team approach to making sure that the priorities of all 5 of us, and certainly all 1.5 million of us, more importantly, here in the county, are understood, it doesn't go without notice. So I appreciate all the work on behalf of your team.
Okay. And everybody go take a nap. Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
I'd like to offer applause for the staff.
Yeah, that's it. Okay.
Okay, Chair Cerna, we do have off-agenda comments.
Oh, do you want to? Well, okay. I know Mr. Kennedy has a comment, but we'll take it after the comment. So.
Okay. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, hi, my name is Jolene, and I'm a resident of District 4 in Sacramento. I've been trying to make a public comment since yesterday at 5 p.m. I was told the public comments were rescheduled to this morning, and then I was told that the public comments about the budget were closed last night. I called back to make a general comment and have been on hold for 6 hours total today. It is very clear to me that you do not want to hear from the public regarding this budget, as your constituents' demands do not align with your best interests. You are suppressing the voices of the public. I'm demanding that you listen to your constituents and oppose NAVGIL's proposed budget, as it neglects human needs, reimagines community safety, and community resources. You must restore the $104 million that was taken from the CARES Act funding and allocated to the sheriff. Give it back to housing, health services, and small businesses support that it was intended for. At least 33% of the general fund should go to human needs and health services. We are in the middle of a pandemic. The Sheriff's Department must absorb the entire $17.8 million in budget cuts, period. No cuts should come from health services, human assistance, fair housing services, parks, or economic development and small business support. I am asking you to approve the people's budget proposal. The board's response to this public safety and public health crisis should be to prioritize support for health and human services that mitigate the effects of this pandemic. To do better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller, please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Mackenzie Wilson, and I am calling for multiple reasons. I'm calling because I'm going to tell you guys I've been very disappointed watching the last 2 days. One of the coolest things that I've heard so far is taking $1.5 million to give it to mental health response teams. But other than that, this has been probably one of the most disappointing things that I've watched, considering that we've tried having really meaningful and beautiful conversations with folks for over a year now. Last night, I watched a presentation that my 9-year-old could have done a better job of doing on what it looks like to defund law enforcement. And what it looked like was a bunch of burning cop cars. Well, first of all, if we defunded law enforcement, I would hope that there was a lot less cop cars on the street. Because the truth is, all of those cars take away from the housing that we don't have. All of those officers and their militarized weaponry takes away from the mental health services that we don't have. Just 3 officers' payroll could pay for an entire year of mental health of MH First. I witnessed all 5, and I actually expected 2 of you not to say anything because you guys are fascists as well, but there are 3 of you on the board that I really did expect to laugh out loud in the face of Sheriff Scott Jones when he put such a disgusting display of what it means to defund law enforcement. What it means to defund law enforcement is not burning cop cars. What it means is that we have a deficit in our budget, because it used to be $4.4 billion, but now I'm looking at a $3 billion budget. And what it means is that when you look at where all the money's going, and we have to talk about reinventing, and we have to talk about reinvesting, or we have to talk about building new programming, that we do have to take a look at where the money is already being spent. Guess what, Scott Jones? If we need mental health services, the money comes from your budget. If we need housing, the money comes from your budget. Not from SHRA, not from the Department of Human Assistance, not from the Department of Behavioral Health. It comes from the Sheriff's Department's budget. It means that, and what he told you yesterday is that instead of buying riot gear and militarized vehicles and weaponry, that he would rather fire officers. All of those cities that were on his presentation were all cities where there was extreme violence from law enforcement against peaceful protesters that led to the ignition and the activation of riots.
Can I get your concluding remarks, please?
No, because I haven't had 3 minutes yet.
You're over time.
Thank you.
This isn't okay. None of this is okay.
Thank you.
Hi, please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, this is Liz Blum. I'm calling because I mainly about transparency and process that I've witnessed over the past 24 hours, and also especially this morning regarding item number 2. Public comment was, the line was actually closed a few callers in, and I don't know why that was. And it's just really, really disheartening and really concerning to me, whosever decision that was to close the public comment line prematurely on item number 2 this morning. It's just really sad that we have to fight this hard just to be heard by the board. I also just want to thank Supervisor Kennedy for listening and speaking up, even though you were the minority today. Listening that the only power that the board has over the sheriff is the budget. And, you know, a bit disappointed that others didn't support Kennedy's proposal to fund programs like MH First with 1.5 million from the sheriff's department. I just wonder why you're listening and trusting a CFO to be an expert on how to meet at the consent decree. Nav and Britt, unfortunately, are not experts in this field, and we just need more community experts at the table for decisions around the jails and the consent decree that are going to impact our county's budget for the next decades. So please, let's start a commission. Let's start a way to bring community voices to the table, because Britt and Nav are not going to allow our voices to be heard. Please stop trusting them as much as you do. Please start bringing our voices in to the table. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes the comments.
Great, thank you. Okay, Supervisor Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to make a suggestion for going forward next year on budget as far as the transparency issue and public participation. A lot of jurisdictions have budget workshops, and by a workshop, I don't mean us sitting up here and the public out there. I mean, the public coming together with the facilitator, and not just us sitting here listening to them, but genuinely getting together for a 2-day process with a facilitator, a professional facilitator, and also bring in our budget folks, our budget experts, and even someone from the outside, because we all know as well as anybody how convoluted and complicated county budgets are. Other jurisdictions do this, but their budget is so much more straightforward than county budgets, just by nature of what they are. So I'd like to see that we do a 2-day workshop facilitated the first day to actually, help those that don't understand what our budget process looks like, not just the process, but the complexities of it. I think it would help a lot of, erase a lot of misconceptions that we frequently hear. And then the second day, an opportunity, once they've had an opportunity to think about it in that lens, for them to bring forward their priorities prior to the CEO developing his budget, so that he can consider those priorities and look at it through their eyes as well before he puts together his proposed budget.
Okay, thank you. Any other, I assume the CEO is done with his comments.
I'm done.
Okay. Any other comments by board members? I just have one comment here. There's been a large amount of interest across the country, in fact, since about May, and really being very declaratory and clear in the articulation of the connection between institutional and structural racism and public health. In fact, in my service as the chair of the NACO Health Steering Committee, NACO itself, National Association of Counties, has adopted a resolution acknowledging racism as a threat to public health. In the course of receiving some of the correspondence leading up to our budget deliberations in recent weeks, we've been reminded that this is something that some of our local nonprofits, doing all the great work they do, especially in the public health space, are interested in the county pursuing in terms of a resolution. So I just wanted to make it clear to my colleagues and to staff in open session that I have reached out to Supervisor Kennedy, and that he and I are going to be working on bringing back to the board here in the next few weeks a resolution for Sacramento County and for the board's consideration declaring racism as a public health crisis. And there's certainly a lot of resolutions out there to borrow from. And in fact, NACO has got a kind of a running inventory of what other counties across the country are doing in that regard, and certainly a number of cities as well. So I just wanted to make note of that, so it's not just left hanging for, especially for those organizations that have incorporated that into their budget correspondence in recent weeks. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just kind of reflecting on Supervisor Kennedy's idea. I think it's a good one. And again, I don't know if regarding facilitation and all that, depending upon lockdown conditions and so forth. I guess something we do virtually, but I do think could be a useful element in our budget consideration, certainly as we go into the into the 21-22 year. So I would be supportive of that. Thanks.
I too am supportive, and I just remind the board too that it's not unheard of. We used to have budget workshops, as I recall, especially a lot of workshops right before I landed here in 2010 around the recession, because there was so much scrutiny, and rightfully so, on unfortunately back then, on necessary cuts. But I think having an opportunity for the public, as Supervisor Kennedy has mentioned, to understand better than they do the complexities of what we do each year is a good idea, and maybe would help to bring us together in terms of a common understanding of what's in play each June and each September. So, okay, if there's no further business before the board, we are adjourned.